Welcome to episode I can't remember 11 of the Gilded Roleplays Sky King's Tomb, or 23 by Jordan Reckoning. When last we left off, Jordan, do you wanna talk about what in the fuck?
Um, Things were bad,
Great.
so we left.
Can you be a bit more specific?
So Baroom had died previously, and so we took Baroom's body
Uh-huh.
and we left the hole that we were in down in the Darklands.
Yes.
We climbed back up and got a little lost on the way back
Mm-hmm.
because we didn't have a magical piece of armor guiding our way. We decided to set up makeshift headquarters for ourselves in an abandoned house in Highhelm, because we knew that the elf that previously lived there left the city,
Yep.
so it was going to be vacant. A couple of us had mental breakdowns once we returned to the city. Lots of bad stuff had happened in the week or more that had elapsed since we left, a little over a week.
About 10 days, I think, yeah.
I think 13, 14, because I almost got potions.
It wasn't fully free.
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
The-
between the time we left and the time we came back was
Yes.
about 8 to 10 days.
Oh.
yeah. And I want to say...
Uh,
yeah, I mean, Krohan said pack for about 10 days before he left. So it was 10 or 11 days.
So then we have to go about finding a way to maybe resurrect Baroom.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm still here. It's not resurrection. Not
Okay,
dead.
well, we have to evict Baroom's soul from the gem that it's in,
Yep.
effectively
without
killing them.
killing me.
Effectively
No.
killing them.
Allowing your
have-
soul to pass on and be judged and weighed by Pharasma for a mere few hours
While we
before...
perform a ritual to grab it and bring it back.
Right.
It's easier
Maybe
to
in a
kill
different
me than
body.
to move me.
Yeah, that's basically it. Lots of stuff for exorcism, not a whole lot for transferring souls from one object to another.
Which seems like a massive oversight, just to say.
So Archie made some potions.
Yep.
Grom found a nun. Is that what it was? The nun that was.
Sister Haldrina Gloombrace.
Yes.
She's a healer for the hospital run by Clan Oridus.
Yes, because Grom was there trying to be helpful
Right.
and heal people, and decided not to take any money in favor of
Yes.
establishing a connection.
One wing of the Ordis clan hall is a temple hospital where all of Highhelm citizens are welcome to seek care provided by the clan's clerics and physicians without charge. And they do have non-religious healing available. Just the fucking medicine skill.
Oh, we also found out Baroom used to be a dwarf. That was a thing that just kind of happened.
Yeah, I have a rocky soul.
We don't know if it's Stone Dwarf.
Oh, fair enough.
But yeah, it's about time for us to do some sort of ritual, maybe, to bring Baroom back. I think we were expecting to see Krohan at some point
Yes.
in this 2-week stint. That
Yeah.
And he never showed up.
So that's a retcon. So as we all know, the thing that I excel most at as a DM is remembering NPC followers and being able to judge their motivations and actions as things develop. Definitely my biggest strength is anyway. After on the 5th day after returning to Highhelm, is when he would show up. And if I recall correctly, this is after you had discovered a way to get Baroom's soul out, but weren't yet prepared to do so. And because you weren't ready to actually make a new body or get the soul back into a body in any way. And so he shows up, basically, metaphorically. I don't think he owns one. Hat in hands. Does he have a hat? Like, now I need to look at art of this motherfucker. Like, I can't imagine. No, he's just got an impressively groomed beard and like shoulder length hair. Okay. I need to. Also, I discovered that there is an art gallery in Foundry. So
Has it been here the whole time?
It's been here the whole time. Okay.
Thanks, Sam.
So if I show... Wait. Hang on. If I hit show players, what is this going to show you? What have you been shown?
Nothing.
Amazing.
But it's got diamonds on the corners.
Great.
It says Mantle of Gold Art Gallery.
Right. Oh, okay. Okay, so Okay, there we go. There we go.
Oh, wow.
So
Crowhorn's very large.
he's very large. I mean, he's
Like the picture for me at least popped up to take up an entire Foundry screen.
Yeah. What's insane is that there is a bunch of... Actually, let me go so I can show this. There's a bunch of different art of Crowhon in the book, and it's just like wildly fucking different. So these are the three handouts that I have. Like that grumpy looking one is like, holy shit, what a grumper.
Very...
Also, like, look at the Vambrace, and how different it shows up in each of them. I'm just gonna pop that one back out again. Like his shoulder thingy is just... Let me make this fucking smaller. That's insane. It's just looked wildly different in each of the arts. Like how big the gold section is and the detail on it. It's like, what are you doing?
It is. Yeah, no, I see.
Also, in the one of them, the front on one, he very clearly has target clan dagger. So like,
yes,
I couldn't share that art when you met him, and that's easily the best art of him. So that was disappointing.
That's the dagger we've been holding?
That's the dagger you've been holding.
That's also some of the best art of the dagger that we've seen.
It is, yeah. Well,
no, the dagger itself had a good picture of the dagger.
It's true. Let me go to the art gallery. I'm pretty sure I have good... yes. Where'd it go? Show players. Bam! Beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
It is a stunning dagger.
Yeah, I had an idea for a wipe transition for this stream, which would have been Sky Sunder flipping end over end, wiping the screen. And I looked into how it's done with OBS, and I was like, Timberly, what do I need to pay you? And I never followed up on that, so it didn't happen.
I do like that every picture of Crowhon he maintains the very strong middle part.
The very strong what?
Middle part.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, so he shows up on the 5th day, metaphorical hat in hands, and is just really apologetic, expressing his condolences, specifically at Baroom, like, sorry you died, And sorry I was a shit about it. And sorry I haven't been able to find a way to help. And he details a series of contacts that he's been plying in the city, trying to figure out how to help, including looking into finding Valahask, the Iruxi bone speaker that he mentioned, who is apparently due to arrive in a week. At this point in time, the family festival's in 8 days. And he's... I want to say he does that, like, dramatic irony, awkward rom-com thing where he's just, like, apologizing for a thing that doesn't quite matter anymore. Where he just, like, does not let you tell him that you figured out how to free your soul.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. We're like, what? Soul? No, Baroom's gonna be back in a minute.
Yeah. And if I recall correctly, he has had the dagger the whole time?
Yes.
Correct? Okay. And
I hope, because I gave it to him
Yes.
before we entered,
Right,
before we left the Darklands.
Right.
Pretty gay.
And ironically, as a clanless dwarf, him walking around with a clan dagger with no pommel gem is utterly normal for him.
I
But
have to imagine there's iconography of this dagger everywhere, though. Like,
he is not, like, he is not wearing the dagger. He is wearing his own clan dagger. And this one is stowed on his person. If I had to guess, it's like on an interior breast pocket, just sort of like straps on the inside of his clothing for the scabbard to go into.
next to his heart.
Next to his heart.
He just wove like a leather strap in the beard slits on the dagger itself.
Yeah, exactly. Also, those slits are dope.
I love the fact that dagger is fantasy dagger holes.
No, it's
fantasy.
fullering. Don't worry about it. So, anyway, that's his spiel. I didn't want you all to think that he is actually a shitty human being. Not a human being, shitty person.
He is pretty shitty at being a human.
He is pretty shitty at being a human being. But I didn't want you to think he's a shitty person, because this entire journey was a journey of redemption and, whatnot. So, it would be some hilarious irony if he fucked up in the process of his redemption journey and did not redeem himself for that. So that's his spiel. How do you all respond?
Baroom is dealing with maybe dying permanently, so I'm glad that you helped, Krohan. We also have, been making some strides.
I would like to verify that he has the clan dagger. I know you talked about where he probably has it, but I would like to see it before he
has the clan dagger.
And then we'll explain the steps that at least I've been taking to further this goal.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Archie's kind of the same. Though he's like, we'll figure something out. Eventually, we'll be able to get the pommel stone back to the dagger, but not until we figure out what's our next step forward.
Well, if the pommel gem can be freed from the construct before the family festival, I am hoping to present them together, and hopefully reclaim my place in the clan. And I would like to ask for your help in this. There are some loud voices in Clan Tolorr, some highly respected people whose opinions would matter greatly when I reveal myself and present this. And so if they could be influenced ahead of the reveal, if the path could be made smooth, I would be greatly appreciative. If any of you have influential contacts in the clan, I would appreciate you plying them. I know of two who will obviously be at the festival, and are out of my reach to access. One of them is my grandmother, the informal matriarch of the Vanderholl family. And the other is a, we'll call him Cantankerous priest of Drangvit, who, well, he's a dick. So if efforts could be made to keep him away from the announcement, it'd be cool.
Oh, we're not trying to sway him. We're trying to just
There is
remove
no
him
swaying
from-
Egrin. No.
What's his name?
Egrin. Ygrin.
I almost got that. I did Y''G.
Dwarves don't really go
No,
for
the apostrophes are more of an elven thing, yeah.
Yeah.
I know it's more, to be clear, I know it's more of an elven thing, but it's still fantasy land. So I went, there's a fucking apostrophe.
I can hear him already, were he to be around when I present the
Oh,
dagger.
do you have his cauldron too?
He will... he will doubtlessly sermonize about the debts that I have incurred and must be repaid, and this, that, and the other. Drangvitian? I don't... What is the...
Other Drangvituvian?
Like, what would be the demonym for Drangvit? Where's the list of gods?
Drangvision?
Where's the list of gods in this book? There we go. Is there... Nope. I'm trying to find... Like, normally in the page for each god, it's like they will use the word for the people who follow them. Like, Magrum has Magrumites, but this one is just, like, followers of Drangvit. Clergy of Drangvit. It's like, come on. What?
Drangvisions. Drangvisionary.
Oh, I hate that. Let me look it up. You're really not gonna tell me. This is bullshit. Alright, what if I search for... Alright, I'm gonna search for Magrum, look up the wiki page, and then Control F Magrumite and see where in the page it is. Okay. She just straight up does not have that. Yeah. Magrum has like in the sidebar on the wiki page, has an adjective, Magrumite. And Drangvit just does not have that. Anyway. Anyway.
Oh, there's two N's in it.
Yeah, DRANNGVIT. There is also Valahask, whose assistance could be vital. So if you can make an impression on him, and then any
they're a ghost caller or ghost
bone speaker.
Bone speaker.
Bone speaker.
They talk to the skeleton within.
I mean, we all
Mostly
talk
they talk to the
Not
skeleton
me
without.
anymore, though. I don't have any bones anymore.
I don't think you had bones in the first place.
Oh, well,
enough.
in the first place, yes.
Well, sure.
Oh no, I had bones. I did once have bones.
You once had bones, and then you didn't have bones, and then you also didn't have bones. As a bone speaker, he's equal parts archaeologist, necromancer, and investigative journalist. Dope.
So literally just like, hey, can you report on the battle you just attended? Speak.
Yeah, D&D movie.
Yes, like. Yeah. But investigative reporting implies semi-current.
Sure. Hey, murder victim, who killed you?
Is that not just Agents of Edgewatch? I assume that that's just the...
I have heard that Agents of Edgewatch is simultaneously, sadly, and mercifully not very much cop work.
Okay.
And also it goes utterly off the rails in book 3 or 4.
Yeah, I have heard.
It's like, you're level 8 now. You can't be doing cop shit anymore.
If you accidentally unarmed strike a commoner, you will kill them.
All right. So Krohan is making a plea, and admits reluctantly that he is unfortunately of little help currently. He got a little close to blowing his cover plying for information, and so does not want to poke around his own goddamn clan in the days leading up to the family festival. But day of, he can meander throughout the party and the festival and try to assist however he can.
Okay.
What way did Krohan think that Valahask would be able to assist in the Baroom situation?
I could speak to my once bones.
What he's afraid of and has very little to go off of is, even after freeing Baroom's soul from the gem, that the gem will have been tainted somehow.
I paint the gem?
And would affect the dagger, potentially even cursing it. So originally he went to Valahask trying to find a way, tried to go to Valahask to find a way to get soul free, but even beyond that, to uncurse the damn thing if it is indeed cursed. He has basically no basis for suspecting this, and he's freely admitting that. I don't know why I feel that this is. There's an ache in my heart at the idea of putting the gem back in the pommel.
Yeah, there's a lot of shit going on inside this gem, so I could see that. Oh, I don't think Krohan knows. Yeah, Baroom would say, yeah, it's graffitied all up inside there.
And I think at this point you have already transcribed it, and Archie has already translated it.
I didn't remember what day that happened on.
I think that was day 4.
Okay. If I had that information,
Yeah.
then yeah, that would have been in process at this point. It would have come up.
Yeah. And then, if I recall correctly, the information I gave you about what it's attempting in Gnomish, all of these insane ramblings were attempts at freeing oneself, and then failing that, attempts at tasting food.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. It's the only sensation that mattered.
How to eat again. Yeah.
So he asks, are there any influential figures in Clan Tolorr that you have a relationship with?
Yeah. Well, not. We have a relationship, but we can't get an audience because she's really frickin' busy.
Is she influential?
I mean, she's the head archivist, or she's a senior archivist, right?
She is one of the few curators for the clan whose like whole thing is historical preservation. So like, yeah, kind of influential. So she's influential enough to have personally invited 2 people not in the clan to the family festival.
Right. She doesn't just get a +1; she gets a +2 even. Is it? Would we have known? It just never occurred to me to ask. I guess the fact that she has such a high role and isn't a dwarf, is that also indicative of her skill set?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, she's so good that they agreed to let a non-dwarf do that job.
Yeah. And Baroom, you would absolutely know this from your time working with Rhea. Part of that was her gnomish obsession with the Rivathan tradition.
Everything has a soul, right?
Yes.
Every rock has a soul.
Objects have histories that the Rivathan can feel. Rhea smells them. For whatever.
And I guess because my soul is exposed now, that's how she could smell that I was dwarf. Okay. Yeah. Or it's, I guess, more open?
More on display. Yeah. Any other influential contacts other than Rhea?
I'm trying to remember the ladies, or trying to remember their name.
Whom?
Is it Blue Warder?
Oh, Rosha Coppervein.
Yeah.
They, them.
Yeah.
Yes. So Blue Warders are an order of librarians in Koldukar, which is a different sky citadel. They're also known as the Tattooed Wizards. Nothing like Red Wizards. They have a series of tattoos, as far as I'm aware, on their arms, which unlock magical seals to the libraries. And as you rise in ranks in the Blue Warders, your tattoos get larger and more elaborate, and across your chest and down your torso, and allow you to open progressive wards, accessing deeper and deeper secrets.
That's so cool. You can tell how many sections of the library you're allowed access to by how coated your skin is.
Yep. And Rosha, a decade or so ago, married into Clan Tolorr, marrying the scion of... Of the Oathcarver family.
Which I think there was something around that also. Is it? What wasn't there? It was kind of a rocky.
My DM brain is saying, "Do you want to roll for that?" But like, if you're vaguely remembering something, then your character would probably definitely remember that. Yes. So, Delkick Oathcarver was betrothed to someone in Clan Runebinder, and then fell in love with Rosha, and they got married instead, and now Delkick's great uncle, grand nephew, but great uncle, absolutely hates Rosha, and Rosha would have explained to you on the weeks-long trek from Kuldukar to Highhelm that the comparison that is frequently made is Torog's spurning of Drangvit in favor of Fulgrit.
Oh no.
Dwarven legends hold that Drangvit was once betrothed to Torog and destined to become queen of the Dwarven Pantheon, only to be denied her promised throne when Torog fell in love with and chose Fulgrit as his bride instead. Yeah.
That's very cool.
And
Well, no, it's not cool.
and this great uncle with the grudge is none other than Egrin Oathcarver.
Oh, he would have a grudge.
I mean, he is a priest of Drangvit, the debt minder.
So what you're saying is she wasn't a god of anything until she was spurned, and then was like, nope, that's my portfolio.
Areas of concern: debt, pursuit,
Yes.
vengeance.
Nice.
So she should be thanking Target. Or I think I got the name wrong.
No,
no.
Targic's High King Targic.
The other guy.
You're thinking
Names.
Yeah.
Torog?
Torog.
Torog.
The other T name. Too many T names.
You're one to complain. It's a dwarf thing, of course. It's all K's, T's, D's.
Jeez.
Yeah.
D's. Yes.
I don't know what you mean.
Rom.
Yeah, your god is what? Trud?
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, hey, and Archie's god is Fulgrit.
Yeah.
Neat.
So which like someone else can talk to Egrid. It's fine.
Also, I kind of love the art of Fulgrit.
Is it?
It's in chat.
Oh, there. It's in the chat.
Yeah.
That's so good. Also, look at that beard ring.
Right.
That's floating around the hair.
I mean, you don't know if there's like loopies in the middle that are woven into
middle.
it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
I'm not sure what's
What are
up with the tears.
tattooed tears for? Are those how many people that Fulgrit's killed?
In prison, yeah.
Does Kuldukar have a basilisk too?
I don't know. Let's find out. Wait,
Are they
that's
Save
just
it
the
again, huh?
tattooed wizards?
that's not. Hang on. It's not Lost Omens Highhelm. It is in Lost Omens. No, not Magic Books. Lost Omens Travel Guide has basilisk.
Real.
Yeah. Wow, there are incredibly few teams named in here.
Yeah, there's not that many. That's why I kept inventing them.
Right. I'm looking at basilisk sport on the Pathfinder wiki. This doesn't even list. Sports fame is led by the International Professional Avestan Basilisk League. The league has spread in recent years to also include some teams from Garand. Yeah, there's not a good list of teams, which is why we came up with our own.
I don't even remember where I put that list though.
Basilisk. Search. Are you gonna search? No. That's not what I wanted to do. I accidentally. Oh shit! I accidentally closed my notes window.
Don't do that.
Right.
Oh, I found it. The Basilisk teams. It's in my book notes.
Yeah. Here we go.
I did not make any Coldakar
Nope.
Basilisk team.
Yeah. So cannon teams: Highhelm Hodags, Riddleport Rollers, Absalom, Stonewallers, Merab Vultures, Magnamar Fighting Fire Pelts, and then the non-canon ones are Belks and Bruisers, Hagagraph Hagglers, and White Throne Witches.
I had more. The Sandpoint Slayers, the Opara Explorers, the Port Peril Pirates, the Abendego Storm, the Kandira Tigers, the Sothis Satyrs, and the Dungan Dirigibles.
Dungan Dirigibles. Wow.
Dirigibles, thank you. Because Duncan holds the steampunk land, right?
No.
Yeah.
No, it's...
It is now.
Okay.
That's why I put them in a dirigible. Because I was like, yeah, steampunk land.
Mm-hmm.
It's the one adjacent to a steampunk, the Mana Waste or whatever it's called.
Right.
Whatever that country campaign setting's called.
Yeah.
Guns and Gears. I just don't remember the actual name of the adventure.
The round market is abuzz following the recent arrival of Dungan Hold merchants. It's a rare chance for most to see, or even purchase, the fabled firearms made in the Mana Wastes. Which is not where Dungan Hold is, but they got them. Anyway. Anyway. So, yeah. We got a little off topic. Roche Coppervein. That was the last on-topic thing that happened. Yeah?
No. I was saying, I'm sorry.
Krohan's a little at a loss for what to do for the next week. He's afraid of showing his face too much. I'm wondering
That
if
makes
there's
sense.
any way to be helpful.
He can't cast magic, so he can't help resurrect me, right?
Right. Well,
Can, but only in very special circumstances.
Oh yeah, that we hadn't figured out how that happened, right? He never explained
Yes, they get
himself.
hit really hard or something.
Hit him really hard.
Okay.
Fetch. Fetch is medium now.
Fetch does 2 damage dice with an attack.
Fetch is gonna kill a commoner.
Trigger. Krohan critically fails a saving throw, takes mental damage, takes damage from a critical hit, or gains a harmful condition with a numerical value, which is the one that I missed a few times. Like Frightened 1, Sickened 1, Slowed 1.
Yeah.
It does not trigger due to self-harm or similarly engineered circumstances.
Well, that's no fun.
You can't get magic through self-harm. I actually think that's probably a really healthy rule to create.
Woof. But yeah, he
You
is...
can't punch your friends into getting magic, though.
He is also at a loss for how or why he magic.
I mean, so is Grom. I'm thinking this is just a dwarf thing.
Oof. Okay.
He gonna hang out and drink with Grom the next week?
I think that was just a one-time
they
thing for
bonding?
Grom.
Oh no, they're not bonding. Never mind.
I mean, Grom's busy for the next week.
Yeah.
oh, actually, helping people.
Yeah.
Yeah, Grom's going and bandaging people and healing people and establishing a contact so that we can maybe resurrect Baroom.
Yep.
Rohan's gonna move into the living room and start drinking.
We have to use her statistically a dwarf table, or we have to consider using her statistically likely a dwarf table.
If by we you mean you, then yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be dead. You can use whatever table you want.
So, and before that, we need to do the eviction spell.
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
But, I don't know. I don't have any problems with Rohan keeping Archie company while he makes his potions. I don't know what else he's gonna do.
We have the cult to try and uncover in a night. He can, I mean, chronologically, not this instant, but we will have discovered a cult, and then he could come help with that.
Yeah, I forget where that landed. Temporarily.
Early, I think. I think that was 2 or 3 days after
I
we
thought it
got
was-
back.
Yeah.
I thought. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
one of
I
the
think-
first things Grom did.
Yeah. Gwen was asking around. We got back. I had my mental breakdown. I,
Had a mentee
it's
B.
like,
It's fine.
you know, just a little one.
Mm-hmm.
Just had to drink a lot about it. And then I think the next day I went and asked around in the whatever that place is called.
The round market?
The market.
Silver stalls?
I think
One
it's
of
the
those.
silver stalls.
Yeah, it was the silver
that
stalls.
place. Yeah. That place.
Okay. So is that something you want to assign him to attempt to do?
Join a cult? No. I don't know the
No, I don't think he needs to go anywhere near a cult when he's carrying that dagger.
Ooh, good point.
Good point.
Good point.
That does sound like a trap.
Good point.
Yeah, I think he needs to go near the fewest people possible until such a time as we get that dagger back where it belongs.
Okay.
I can't think of anything he could help with.
Any loose ends you had in the city you wanted tying up?
Can he go work in the forge and help? Can he climb down the waterfall?
I mean, we kind of took care of a lot of the loose ends because there was like the promissory note we could have had him get, but I think we kind of just hand waved that we did that
Mhm.
one day.
We needed that for all the money we needed.
Yeah. It was less hand wave and more you actually rolled half decently.
Yeah.
Also,
I don't know why I've been the one trying to do these diplomacy rolls. I am not good at it.
Archie
I'm
tried it the
dead.
first time. Archie did real bad.
I'm not like terrible at it, but I'm not great.
Yeah, well, I don't have a face, so I don't know. Well, sorry, that's not fair. I have two little googly eyes and a mouth, but it doesn't make me super compelling as a negotiator. You'd have to give me a straight line mouth so they know they mean business.
And angry eyes?
Oh, yeah, but all in chalk. I have chalk in my, in the dead Baroom backpack. I presume it's just part of adventuring kit or something?
Yeah, probably.
Take my blanket every morning, wipe my face off, draw a new face on. With the mood of the day.
Okay. Okay.
But yeah, unless he's got something specific that he's trying to do, I don't know how best for him to waste the next week.
That is fine.
Can he read translations from the inside of the stone?
I do not believe that he speaks Gnomish.
Well,
no,
it was
they're in
translated to
Dwarven now.
Dwarven.
Oh, right.
Because it's the only language I can read.
Okay. So wait, what do you need him for?
Oh, if he spoke Gnomish, then he could also help translate, and I could
Yeah, he doesn't.
go back to transcribing.
Yeah, he doesn't. Okay. Okay. I mean, if there's nothing in particular, he's just gonna lay low.
Yeah, I don't have any better ideas.
Okay.
Is he still treating me weird, or like he apologized for being weird about me being dead? Is he like staring at my chest all the time?
No.
Okay.
Eyes are up here.
I drew them extra high today.
I'm just kind of trying to figure out how to get a list of ancestries so that I can easily roll for the common and uncommon ancestries if need be. Anyway, so on the 13th day, the plan is to perform the rite of... Oh god, where'd the name go? The rite of metempsychosis.
Okay.
Sure. If that's what it's called, then yeah.
And then immediately thereafter, call upon Sister Haldrina to begin the reincarnate ritual.
With the two of you's help, because it takes reincarnate takes two supporting characters.
It requires 2 secondary casters, yes.
Secondary casters, not supporting casters.
Yep. I wanna look at how I wanna compare a ritual that I can see in a book. Okay. Interesting. So I have a ritual here that says secondary casters up to 5. In Foundry, it says secondary casters 0. Because that's how many are required.
Okay.
And then Reincarnate actually says secondary casters 2. Which... Yeah.
Okay. Requirement.
Yeah. I'm going to look up how it's actually written in the book. Secondary casters 2. Needs 2.
So I'm glad you guys are casters.
Yep. Okay. So, the rite of metempsychosis, which is apparently an ancient Greek word for, like, souls passing on. Like, that's a real thing. The primary... So, primary check is going to be occultism or religion. it only requires one caster, but you can have a secondary. You can have up to 5 secondary casters. They will use either occultism or religion, whichever is used in the primary check, or diplomacy, performance, society, or a lore appropriate to the soul.
Aww. Guys, you could use mushroom lore, or sorry, Darklands lore. Highhelm lore.
Have cave lore.
I lived in a cave.
I would definitely accept Leshy lore, but
Only I had that.
maybe dwarf lore?
Yeah, Dwarven. Oh my god, is Torag. So Dwarven Pantheon lore.
So here's the interesting thing about secondary casters. So the way that rituals work, I want to just look this up so I make sure I get it correct. Full rules and rituals. The secondary casters make their check before the primary caster, and if you succeed on the secondary check, no change. If you critically succeed on the secondary check, there's a circumstance bonus to the primary check. If you fail, there's a circumstance penalty to the primary check. And if you critically fail, there's a circumstance penalty, and the primary check gets 1 less degree of success.
Oh, so you're just completely like throwing my soul to the breeze if you crit that.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
And this is on the
know-
secondary check.
Yeah.
What is the, I guess, DC, or do we know that for?
That's a good question. A hard DC for where do I have? There we go. So it's a hard DC for the level of the creature whose soul. So that'd be 21.
So you'd have to roll a 31 to get a bonus.
So the secondary check is a normal DC, so that's going to be 19. So you need a 29 on the secondary check to get a bonus to the primary check. Also, critical success is a +2 circumstance bonus. Failure is a -4 circumstance penalty. Like, secondary casters seem really, really bad unless it's like a low-level ritual and you're like practically guaranteed to succeed on the secondary check. But if you're practically guaranteed to succeed on the secondary check, then why do you just crush the primary check instead? I don't.
Well, I mean, unless they have abilities they can use as a secondary caster.
Yeah.
Oh, is there a feat chain for being a really, really good secondary caster?
Well, because you said you could use lore skills or
Yeah.
other skills.
Yeah, in this case, you can use lore for the secondary check, but not the primary. The primary is going to be occultism or religion. So the question is, who's casting this, and who, if anyone, is going to be a secondary caster?
What's Rom's religion, I guess?
+10.
Okay. So my occultism's +10.
Mm-hmm.
So...
And I don't think it's beneficial to have a secondary caster on this if we only get a benefit to critical successes, because if it's a 29 to critical success, I would need to crit.
No, you have to have secondary caster.
Not for this one. Reincarnate needs secondary casters.
Because the only skills that I could use As a secondary caster, I have a +8 in.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Yeah, that's not super beneficial.
yeah, Archie's willing to try out a new casting thing. He's never done a ritual before.
Okay.
Okay. And no secondary casters?
I don't think it's beneficial. I
Okay.
can only hurt you. There's a very
Which-
small chance that I help.
Okay.
Yeah. Which spell are we casting on my soul?
The Rite of Metempsychosis.
That
We're
is.
gonna lay you down on the bed upstairs and exorcise you from the crystal.
Drop down and give me 20. I slowly do all my push-ups, and
You're hilarious.
I thank you.
There's an ad in progress.
Just because there's an ad, nobody got to hear my great song.
I'm just now looking at chat for the first time. Hi, Poisson Pike. Welcome. Thanks for being here. First time chatter. Also, Poisson. Powerful? I think.
I don't know.
I'm not much of a. Yeah, powerful. Cool. I'm not much of a French speaker, but I know that word for some reason. I just remembered why I know that word. It is Lords of the Fallen. There is a ring of puissance.
Oh, yep.
Anyway, so the ritual takes 2 hours to cast. At the end of which, I'm trying to make this like. Dramatic, and it's just like, okay, it takes 2 hours, roll a check, see what happens.
Please, please, please don't kill me. Or sorry, please do kill me successfully.
Right.
Get me out of here.
Yeah. Is it blind or open?
It is open. It is public. That's the one.
Okay. Public occultism. No bonuses or negatives or anything.
Correct. I don't think you can aid on like that. That would be weird.
Guidance.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say, well, 'cause
Guidance
cast
lasts
guidance.
6 seconds.
we've had this argument before. I would have to cast guidance at the exact second that the ritual ends.
Okay. Here we go.
Hang on.
Oh.
R/Pathfinder 2e seems to have a debate.
Oh, a very healthy debate.
No, it's not. I mean,
It's a Reddit debate, so I just was assuming it was.
yeah.
Wait. People on the internet arguing about something?
Yeah, I kind of agree with this one. I would say they could be secondary casters, but not use aid specifically. Secondary casters can give circumstance bonuses to primary caster, so using aid feels like it kind of defeats the purpose of that. That's absolutely
Yes.
accurate, because aid gives circumstance bonuses. So it's like, okay, if you
Literally.
critically succeed the secondary check, you get a +2 circumstance bonus, or you critically succeed the aid check, which is a flat DC 20, like you get a 25, and that's a critical success on aid, period, end of story, all the way to level 20. And you could go +2, or even 3 or 4 if you're master or legendary. No, secondary checks. So, no bonuses.
Okay. Here we go. Occultism. 1 and 2.
Nailed it. Don't even need to use a hero point.
Yes, I'd like us to save those for the secondary part of this.
Yeah.
Yup.
Okay. So with a success, Archie, you are successful in causing a soul to leave an object, and you become doomed 1 instead of the 2 or 3 that you would have gotten for failure or critical failure. Yes?
We haven't had Doom.
You have not had doomed before. So doomed reduces the value of dying at which you die. When the sum of your dying and doomed values is 4, you die. Which is
Oh, so it's not like wounded where it ticks you up 1.
correct.
Okay. Okay, I am dying 1.
You're not dying, you're just doomed.
Oh, is it if your maximum dying value is reduced to 0, you instantly die?
Yes, so your maximum dying value is currently 3 with doomed 1.
Oh, okay. It's
normally 4. Doomed 1 reduces your maximum dying value to 3. I'm wondering, so if you look at your character sheet in the dying section, the 4th one is now a skull instead of empty. Might make it doomed 2. The second skull.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's wild.
Okay.
That's neat. Doomed falls off at a rate of 1 per day. Each time you get a full night's rest. So no big deal. And Tall Baroom, I assume you would have had them in a state that would not have them crashing to the floor. But Tall Baroom...
I was not kidding about laying down on the bed upstairs.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Yeah.
They just go limp. The light in the gem winks out, and there's just kind of a in the room. Oh, why did I delete? Damn it! I deleted the "you died" overlay. I'm gonna put that back.
Yeah.
I'm
Guys.
gonna go get Sister Heldrina. Archie, do you want to poke around at the gem? Maybe see if you can determine whether or not Krohan's concerns about it being cursed are unfounded?
Yeah. I can do some pokes and
I
checks.
don't know what causes the souls to go into it, so maybe be careful.
Examine it from a distance.
Okay. 1 second. I will give you a button.
What if we all
But why don't they have Squire check it out?
in the gem? What if we all got stuck in the gem at one point or another? It's like a bag of holding, but you have to die to leave.
Bad.
I've yet to be an adventure where someone did throw a soul in a bag of holding, so it's more common than you might think.
That is not what I wanted. That is not the kind of button I wanted. Hang on.
Oh, my soul's an unusual treasure, you guys.
Uh-huh.
It's definitely unusual.
I'm using the mystification functionality.
Yeah.
To generate the button, which maybe is a bad idea, but what the fuck am I doing? Wait, you should be unidentified. There we go. Where'd it go? There we go. God damn it. Why is that not working? Like it's because it doesn't think it's a magic item. Because normally magic item, whatever. Just roll, fucking.
Okay.
So this is essentially an identify magic item, but FYI, to successfully identify a curse, you have to critically succeed on the identification check.
Okay. Was this crafting or occultism?
It would be a spellcasting tradition, and presumably you can use Read Aura to get the traditional bonus. If you have that prepared.
I did not for today.
Oops.
Would you have, knowing that this is what we were doing, and because we haven't changed spells at least I haven't changed spells in a while.
Yeah. I get if we were messing around with doing. If we knew this was going to be going on today, we might be pulling the gem out.
Yeah. If we scheduled my death, I imagine that would be on the list of spells.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Change up combat stuff for that. Okay. Private occultism. Don't be bad. Why was that? It was on private. Oh, blind.
Yeah. Okay. Well, do it again.
Blind GM wall. There's the question marks.
Okay. So you don't detect anything that would indicate that it is cursed or would cause a curse. Did you miss something, or are you confident? Oh, is Read Aura?
Seems fine.
Is Read Aura only +1? I thought it was a +2. Yeah, it's a +2 circumstance.
Oh god, it is +2.
Okay.
For some reason I always think everything's a +1. And it doesn't casting. Yeah, there's nothing special for curses or anything either, so.
What for Read Aura?
Yeah.
Oh.
It has illusion stuff if illusions are lower rank, but yeah. Archie's like, it doesn't seem cursed, but it doesn't seem cursed.
Krohan remains unconvinced. I got a bad feeling about it. I don't. Just like sour gut.
Yeah.
And
Can Archie? I was gonna say, can Archie check out the gem itself of just making sure like it's not damaged in any way? It is in the shape and form that it is supposed to be in. When it was put into here, they didn't alter it from what he knows of what it should look like originally.
Sure. Go ahead and make a crafting check. Okay. As best you can tell, it is the same shape, size, clarity, except that there's some cloudiness, which you think might be all of the scrawling on the inside. Even though this thing is not hollow, but Baroom experienced it as hollow when they put their perception inside of it, and like you can't make out, like even with like magnification, you can't make out any of the writing, but something about the sort of ever presence and the depth at which the cloudiness appears seems like it might have something to do with that.
Like, yeah, it's
The grade of
the
gem
inside of it could use a good gem. It could use a good scrubbing, but I I don't know. Do we kill somebody and send them in there with cleaning supplies? That just seems bad.
Okay.
That would be Archie's solution. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I need you to hold this mop and this bucket. Don't worry.
Stab him in the heart.
Let's resurrect me successfully first before we decide that's an effective tool in our toolbox.
Rohan all but insists that maybe we should consult Valahask first.
Oh yeah, and we're gonna leave the gem. Yeah, leave the gem here until we figure out the Baroom situation, just in case this being intact is necessary. He doesn't want to rip the gem out yet.
Oh, got it.
Oh, of
Gotcha.
the corpse.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I was like, what? Why would you break the gem? Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Also, how much is this doll worth, guys? We could have so much gold in our possession.
I have been thinking about that.
George, thank you.
Like, how can we best sell this thing after Baroom's done with it? It's not gonna have a power source, but it's like a pretty good golem.
We could sell it to the suit shop as a mannequin.
I also thought of that.
Just completely ignore the whole contraption in the middle here. Maybe don't put any gems in it.
That's gotta be like the equivalent, though, of like casually cruising through a bookstore and finding an ancient, super cursed tome in the bookshop, like holding up a table that was wobbling. Some adventurers came and said, "Hey, do you want you have books? Do you want to buy this book off of us?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's the perfect height to fix my table. Yeah, this cursed mannequin is the perfect height to sew our big and tall suit selection."
I'm fucking struggling.
How big and or tall am I?
Okay. How big and or tall are...
You're like 7 feet.
Tall Baroom, yeah, I'm looking.
I was like 6'6". I want to say it was... I described it as over 6 feet tall.
Yes.
Okay. Just trying to get back on track. Grom, you went to fetch Sister Heldrina.
Yep.
Having already... What's that?
My body is with the, I think the Magramites.
Yes. I believe that is accurate. Okay. And you need...
Why is your body with the Magramites?
Oh, yeah, no.
Because Helgenkamp agreed to like cast Gentle Repose or whatever, legally to take Gentle Repose on us for free every day.
Did he? Or did they? I thought I was still doing that.
I was under the impression Grom was doing
Okay, then never mind.
Because it was expensive.
that. Yeah.
And I don't think that they were gonna...
Yes, we could pay them for a week of it if we thought that was going to be an option. Got it.
Well, it was like every day, or we pay them for a higher level, which is indefinite, I think.
So that makes sense. In fact, I'm now recalling we have Gentle Repose at home.
So I assume this would have been discussed before Baroom was no longer able to talk for themselves. But there are essentially three options in reincarnate table weights. Heldrina is most accustomed to the culturally acceptable version that weights it heavily towards dwarves, and would get a +2 circumstance bonus to that. You can go with the regular ritual for no bonus, or you can go with the Leshy variant, and then she would have a -2 circumstance penalty.
Do we know, is it possible to get a Leshy out of the one that favors dwarves?
It is possible to get a Leshy out of any of them, because Leshies are considered common ancestries.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so there are apparently 8 common ancestries in Player Core and Player Core 2. So if you land on common ancestry, there's a 1 in 8 chance of landing on Leshy.
Okay.
The regular reincarnate is 70% chance of common. The dwarf and Leshy variants have a 40% chance of common ancestry.
I think I would prefer to come back, so Baroom would have leaned into just cast the one that she is the most familiar with, and like increase the chance of me coming back at all. I can live with, I guess, being a new body again.
Okay. Alrighty. So this does require 2 secondary casters.
Mm-hmm.
The secondary checks are occultism and religion. Let me just double check whether it's like one of one of the other.
Dibs on religion.
Yeah, no shit.
I'd want occultism. Or if we have to follow the primary caster's ability.
No, so that was the other one. This actually requires nature for the primary check. It appears 1 occultism caster and 1 religion caster. So great. What is the DC for a secondary check? Standard DC for a level twice the ritual's spell rank. Okay. DC 22. So, can I get an occultism and a religion check from you two?
Did we do the money thing already? Because it takes a bunch of money.
I believe so.
I know we were
No, you
talking
have
about
a
it.
pile of coinage in the stash that you saved up in order to cast.
Yes.
Cost. Rare herbs worth a total of the target's level times 25 gold, plus the cost of getting a spellcasting service.
I thought the cost was all of the volunteer work that Grom's done. Or no, that was just the cost of making the connection.
Yeah. 36 gold for a 3rd rank ritual. So 136 total.
That sounds right.
Yep.
Yeah.
So there goes all of our gold.
And 130 of your silver.
And 130 of our silver.
Oof. Or 320 of your silver and 104 of your gold.
Let's just get that weight out of there, you know?
Yeah. Well, coins don't weigh anything until they hit 1,000, at which point they become 1 bulk. So each of you can carry 999 coins. It doesn't do anything.
Baroom carries the most right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are these public?
They would be
private?
public, yes.
Okay.
That's a success. Also a success. Do either of you want to fish for a crit?
No.
Okay, cool. Alright. So. Where'd she go? There she is. This. So she gets a +2 circumstance bonus.
Can we use our hero points on NPCs?
On this roll. Yeah.
No.
We had also discussed, I apologize, I'm just now reading through this.
I can't stop shaking this, or it'll.
Okay, yeah, no, that's okay. Roll. I'll stop talking. Yes!
That's a big check.
That's a big check. I believe that was DC
Mr.
27.
Haldreau, what the hell? So not a crit success.
Not a crit success. I don't even know what reincarnate does on a crit success. Yeah, so on a regular success, the new body has 1 hit point, no spells prepared, and the soul takes time to adjust to their new body, leaving them clumsy 2, drained 2, and enfeebled 2 for a week. On a critical success, it's just like, you got a brand new fucking body, and you're doing great. So.
The question was, could we feed meta and all of the options have dark vision?
Right. That was a thing.
That was a discussion that we had, because I was like, I know that's a little too meta, but also
so
it would change in a significant way.
Yeah. So the thing is, you get to pick your heritage.
Oh, does every heritage get
I don't think that every single ancestry has a dark vision heritage, but most of them do. So go ahead and roll a d20, Aren. Let's see where you land. So 1 through 8 is common, 9 through 13 is uncommon, 14 plus is dwarf. So, dwarf.
okay.
And it doesn't say like random. Target replaces their ancestry, hit points, size, speeds, attribute boosts and flaws, traits, and special abilities with those of new ancestry. Loses their heritage and ancestry feats, collecting replacements from their new ancestry. So you select a heritage.
Okay.
So feel free to do that. Maybe we go to break now and give you some time to do that, and then we can discuss your selections when we get back.
That sounds reasonable.
Alrighty.
I have to come up with a backstory for your dwarven self.
It's the same back story. It's the same character.
Yeah, but Baroom used to be a dwarf.
Sure.
And is now a dwarf again. So I assume there was a whole life lived as dwarf Baroom that there's no memory of.
Sure.
Oh no, I'm not going to be tall Baroom anymore.
Nope.
You're
Well,
gonna be slow Baroom.
Oh
is your speed
no!
20?
Dwarf speed is 20.
Archie's down
Welcome
the
to my
fastest party
pain.
member.
Your max HP went up by 2.
Do I get a clan dagger?
That's a really good question. We can discuss that while we're on break. We'll be back in a little bit. Thanks for being here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back. Goodbye.
Oh, bye.
Welcome back. Turns out, modifying your character sheet to account for suddenly being a different ancestry takes a while. We're not done, but there's some things that I just don't want to take the time to do right now. So Baroom is no longer dying or dead or prone or restrained or grabbed. They are instead clumsy 2, drained 2, and enfeebled 2. So you get a status penalty to dexterity-based checks and DCs, constitution-based checks, not DCs, and to strength-based rolls and DCs. Wow, that's super inconsistent. And they cannot be removed or reduced by any means until the week has passed. Also, you have 1 hit point. And I believe you still need to do your attribute boosts. Yeah.
I am muted. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So, that's a thing that happened. Aren, would you like to describe what Baroom looks like now?
Presumably, you cast it on the old Baroom's corpse, and then it just morphs into a new. Or do I does one materialize out of thin air? I do not know.
I do believe a body materializes out of thin air. Part of the ritual would have been using the exorbitant amount of rare herbs to essentially create the facsimile of a body, the shape of a body. And then only a small portion of the creature's remains are required. But you could, there's no reason you can't incorporate the entire remains.
Okay. So a corpse incorporates, right? As opposed to discorporates.
Right.
Yeah. And it's no longer a corpse. Actually, it's a living, breathing, 1 inch taller than Grom, naked as the day they were born. Red-haired dwarf. I want to say the energy that this dwarf brings is Robin Williams coming out of the Jumanji board. So, crazy wild man beard, crazy hair, Matt's in it, and they have a tattoo of a mushroom on their calf. Tattoo of a mushroom on their calf, and when they when this person's body fully materializes and they start breathing again, they start talking and instantly oh my god, and the voice that comes out is still actually oddly high pitched for a dwarf. That has maintained. But definitely a register lower than Baroom's voice ever was.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the only important characteristics that I can remember off the top of my head that I had. What does Baroom dwarf look like?
Sure. Alrighty. Taking notes, don't mind me.
Reading the spell, and the spell's you have some signs of the fact that he used to be dead. I don't know what that could look like. How did it just kept sucking my soul out. So
Yep.
maybe there's like a weird burn mark across like the sternum of this dwarf. A burn mark that almost looks like ripples, where like if you could like say this was where my soul was sucked out of my old corpse, that would be
Yep.
this.
Yep, I can imagine it. Okay.
That's all I got.
Alrighty. I'm just gonna leave it to the group for a minute. I don't think I need to have any input right now. The scene is set.
What the fuck? You guys let me be dead for so long.
It worked. It worked.
Hi, what's your name? Who are you?
Baroom.
Okay, we did it right.
I'll thank Sister Heldrina, as I'm assuming she's picking up her things to leave. Like she's no longer required here, so
Precisely.
I'll walk her out of our house. It's clearly our house.
Right. You live here.
No one else has ever lived here, just us. It's
Accurate.
fun. Yeah. Archie's like doing the whole like, okay, like how you feeling? Can you like everything's mobile? You know, our arms are working. Everything's like running a diagnostic check.
Just doing like the, and like, there's bones.
Huh.
Checking your
I
skeleton.
need something. I need to eat.
I mean, I think there's still food in the kitchen, possibly. Just don't drink anything from the apparatuses.
Don't touch any of the liquids. Are you sure none of these liquids have touched any of the food, or have you been doing your experiments away from the stove?
Oh, is that Archie's probably taken over like 3/4 of the kitchen, and then there's like a table where it's like, nope, food could be there.
Food safe table.
Yeah. Which all, cause like we be able to like Baroom's obviously like weak and not doing super hot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I think Aren is
And then
glitching.
instantly Baroom's like
Oh dear.
trying to get up and discovers all of the Canadian people.
Discovers all the
uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Not me this time.
Did we lose Aren? They seem very frozen.
They are very frozen.
Oh dear.
Oh no, they're
Oh.
back.
Oh. Hi.
You're muted.
I muted because I assumed with my internet I would be a problem auditorily.
It was more confusing than anything.
Okay.
You were just like trailing off, and we weren't getting the ends of sentences.
Right. And then we got the end of a sentence that didn't have a beginning.
Okay. How I normally talk.
Right.
Got it.
So you get up and you discover all of the condition of your body.
Yes.
Yeah, I think Archie will offer his healing potion to Baroom. Like I don't want to mess around with trying to fix this because I don't want to accidentally, possibly, almost kill you again. We just fixed it this last time.
I mean, I've got spells prepared that we could do for this. We just paid a bunch of money for these healing potions. They're a non-renewable resource.
I have a
can't
free
use any
healing
spell
potion.
Oh, you have a free healing potion. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. So I can, Archie would offer up the daily healing potion. Can do you want me to just use that or send it?
Yeah, just use it.
Yeah. So what if I?
Incredible.
So good.
So good.
But yeah. So basically try to get Baroom from not being
Gotcha.
almost dead.
Weird. I think we both hit it, but you only gained it once.
Oh, that's good.
That was weird.
I saw the thing highlight twice though. The little +8, the green 8 went.
Odd. Anyway.
Yeah. Go down to the kitchen and start rummaging around the food and just being like you gotta try this. Have you ever eaten anything?
Have I ever eaten? I don't. And then Baroom sort of is like now sitting with the vague concepts they had from Mushroom Life of what was before Mushroom Life. Guys, I had so many head traumas, I don't remember anything. I died.
Yeah, that tracks. Just go ahead and...
Second rank 2 action.
There you go.
I'm bonked harder.
Turns out plus 16 is bigger than plus 5.
Yes.
Jesus.
And if Baroom is just sitting there naked, I think I'll start rummaging around the house looking for anything that could be used for clothes.
I put on my mushroom clothes. They are underwear, I presume, like my mushroom pants. I don't think for room the mushroom wore pants.
You're also like a foot taller at least. Grom is 4'7", so if you're an inch taller than Grom,
I'm 4'8", right? I gotta update my height.
Yeah, you're not 2'10" anymore. You're 4'8".
so you're a full like foot and a half taller than you were, and I assume quite a bit wider as well.
Mm-hmm.
Just because
Technically,
dwarf.
I'm shorter now. Because I used to be 6+ feet tall.
I mean, sure, but that was only for a couple of weeks. You were much shorter than that for a number of years, I believe. At least.
Okay. Yeah, no. Valid. I just gotten my sea legs under me, and now I'm back to being short, but I'm taller than I was.
Maybe there's like an extra sheet in the closet or something.
I wear a toga. Yeah, that's fair enough. Until we can figure out the
Sure.
clothing.
Just for now.
And tomorrow
Yeah.
you can invest your armor, and then you've got, something to wear.
Yeah.
That armor's been really convenient.
Yeah, the resizing and everything.
Mm-hmm. Although, ironically, I'm pretty sure you found it off on the corpse of a dwarf.
We did.
Yep.
Okay. Anything else?
Yeah, I don't know what.
Does Dwarf Baroom look familiar to me at all?
Yes, but you're not sure why.
Okay. Interesting. Well, we did this. What's Krohan doing? I assume he's here.
Yeah.
And now that we've got Baroom back, what's his general?
Relief.
He doesn't immediately go for the dormant automaton scrabbling at its chest.
No.
Okay.
Good.
Valahask should be here today, right?
Yes. In theory.
We should probably have them check out the crystal, right?
No.
Baroom, are you up for visitors?
Yeah, no, that would make more sense than, like, I think Baroom is sort of gonna be trying to learn as much as possible about who they are, but not particularly forward focused, I think. I think they're like, okay, can we take a second to breathe? Nope, it's the festival tomorrow. So, let's keep going. I am Aren trying to figure out this new character as well.
Yeah.
So.
Krohan would point out that none of you have any particular relationships to ply with Valahask. Krohan could, but only after he reveals who he is.
Oh, Valahask isn't somebody he's maintained a relationship with.
No. Friend of the family.
Friend of the okay, not a friend of the family. That's different.
Yeah, that makes things interesting then. Because I assume Rhea is real busy today and probably can't make an introduction.
Right.
We barely got her help the other day. Like, and that's not she was massively busy.
Yeah, and that was with more than a week left before the festival. With it tomorrow, she's going to be busy every second.
Mm-hmm.
What's the worst that happens if you reveal yourself?
If news gets back to my grandmother without the right setting and apology, I don't know that an apology would be welcome.
Okay.
I think the festival is the time to make connections. It's supposed to be a time of family coming together, so in theory people will be in better moods and welcoming. Frame of mind.
Well,
Socially lubricated.
And socially lubricated.
If we're not sure that we can even touch the pommel stone, the pommel gem, without it cursing us, or like why? It would be odd to bring, or rather, it would be it could be concerning to bring this artifact into the center of every single person at the clan if we are worried that it's cursed, right? We should try and keep it isolated from every single Tolorr on the planet, you know what I mean?
I'm less concerned that it is cursed in and of itself and more concerned that it would curse the dagger.
Oh, okay. All the more reason not to, be like, look, I'm bringing them back in the center of a crowd.
Presenting one and not the other feels like a half measure. Everything has to be perfect. My honor is riding on this.
Zuko!
Honor!
The car's on the wrong side! Okay. No, that makes sense.
He like visibly relaxes when you say that. Just like he very clearly has strong opinions about how this all has to go.
As somebody who understands pomp and circumstance, I don't disagree. Yeah. I would prefer if we could get Valahask. If we could get Valahask to come to this house. Rather than, hey, we're about to present this possibly cursed object to the heads of the clan. Look at it for 5 seconds, please, now.
Speaking of, I failed to mention this. Once the soul had left the gem, the tethers would have dispersed. So it's now just a gemstone inside of like a metal latticework frame.
Okay.
Yeah. What now that Baroom's soul is out and Baroom's in a body, of like looking at removing the gem, what kind of tools would be needed to actually like remove it without raking everything?
Without destroying the monetary value of the...
I was gonna say, like it's made of like precious metals, so they're relatively soft, and you can just kind of pull it out.
I guess there's the concern of like if we just brute force it out, if we don't want to hurt things.
Sure.
And if it's magically connected.
Yeah, so it's not magically connected anymore. It's literally just like inside of a frame that was built around it. It was not designed to come out. Like parts are welded.
Okay. Yeah.
But you could always just remove the entire like latticework frame from the cavity.
Oh. Maybe
So we have like the Iron Man reactor.
Yeah.
I was just thinking that too. Yeah.
Yes.
Basically, I'm imagining it as so the gemstone's about the size of a golf ball, and then the lattice work would be a cylinder about 6 inches in diameter and 3 inches tall.
Oh, okay.
That's just like
Cylinder. Yeah. Got it.
it's a little bit more involved than twisted out, but
Press the button under the armpit and then twist it out.
it's bolted. It's got set screws.
Oh, tiny little Allen key set screws.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They're like the weird star ones, though, not like the normal
Oh,
You gotta get the specialized kit.
it's the star ones with the
dot in the middle. Yep.
Yeah.
Safety torques.
Yeah.
Security torques. Sorry.
Security torques. Yeah, exactly.
Yep. So is that the route that you would prefer to go? Just remove that entire fucking puck?
I mean,
Okay.
yeah, that's probably safer.
If it's out and we want to talk to someone about it, it's at least we're not carrying around
Portable.
a mannequin.
Yeah.
It's the weekend at Bernie's tall Baroom's body.
If any of us were human height or taller, that might work. But when the tallest person in your party is 4'8",
Kind of hard to weekend at Bernie's 6'6" body.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This is why dwarves don't have drunk human friends, because they fall all over them.
Okay. So are there any preparations or other tasks you want to take care of this evening, as the family festival is tomorrow?
All of the sort of hobnobbing we want to do at the festival with Krohan's grandmother and Ygritte,
Mm.
and I guess Val has to. That's all gonna happen day of festival. Yeah.
Yeah.
That seems to be what Krohan
Yeah.
is asking.
Yeah. So he would tell you that at the end of the festival is the exchange of gifts,
Got you.
which is where he's hoping to present the dagger and the gem.
Okay.
And is this just like a single day, like all day event, or is this a multi-day?
All day event.
Okay.
So you had mentioned Bulgra, his grandmother, Valahask, and Ygritte, and he also asks that if you can convince people to put in a good word for him that you already have connections to, that would be helpful as well.
Yeah.
But
So
keep
we
his
know
identity secret until he comes out.
Yeah.
So how do we convince people to put in a good word for him if we can't tell them that he's here?
If we can't tell them who him is, hey, when I point at a guy, I need you to support him. Who is this guy?
Association?
So we just be real vague, like, hey, we were gone for like a week and a half, and we're going to do a thing that's going to become apparent towards the end of the festival, and we think it's a really good thing, and I think that you should talk up that thing that we did. But I can't tell you what it is because it's a surprise.
Yep.
When you put it that way, it is certainly confusing. I suppose you'll figure it out.
Yeah. I
Suppose
think
we'll
we
have to.
Yeah, that's the only option.
I mean, I think Rhea probably gives us a fairly long leash as far as these sorts of things are concerned, just based on our last interaction with her.
Mm.
I think Baroom, you should probably be the one to talk to her about that. She's going to be real excited, I think, to meet you again for the
meet a
third
live
time.
Baroom. Alive Baroom, slow Baroom. Yeah, sure. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Okay.
Yeah, I do have a good. I think I can work my social skills are the first thing to come back.
Oh yeah, it only affects your physical attributes, doesn't it?
Yeah, basically.
Great.
Constitution and fortitude, strength based, dexterity based. Yep.
Yep.
Mouth still works, but don't ask me to go anywhere.
Or use your hands in any way.
Yeah, if I talk with my hands, it's just gonna go poorly. Knock their glass.
Got
out of
it.
their hand.
Don't speak Italian.
Although I will say, knocking things out of people's hands has historically worked well for me and Aren. End of date, like 1 or 2, I slapped the ice cream out of Allie's hand. By accident. I was talking with my hands too much, and then I...
And somehow she still wants to marry you.
Yes. The story is dumber and more embarrassing than that, so...
Oh, great! Well, you can save that for after stream, but I do want to hear that. Or I'll give you a hero point if you just explain it right now.
Oh, yeah, sure. It was the first time I kissed her. It distracted me so much I slapped the ice cream out of her hand.
Yep. Yeah, that's worth.
Apparently it was your 4th date.
Yeah, okay. There you go.
Good job.
Honestly, I will bear my soul for a hero point, so if that's all it takes. There is not a corner of my soul I would not sell for points.
Oh god. Okay, so
I should probably go find Baroom clothes.
yeah.
If we could find no, we can't find me fancy fine clothes that make me better at talking. Because those take time to custom make.
I mean,
Yeah, I was just gonna go find like some regular clothes that are just a little too big for me.
Technically, high fashion fine clothing is just something that you can pick off a rack. Mechanically, it is expensive, but Clan Tolorr is
55 gold.
55 gold. Clan Tolorr is all about history, so if you had some kind of historical costumery available, maybe not the evening before though. Like, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, either that or it's all that's available the evening before.
So we go to a so we go to a thrift store and buy an old suit.
It's high fashion, but from 3 seasons ago.
What? So, unless you have any further preparations you would like to do this evening, the next part of this game is going to use one of Pathfinder's many subsystems, and I'd like to be able to get through it before the end of the session. So, real quick, any preparations? Yes, no.
Being clothed. And
Being
I have
clothed.
to-
Yeah, I was just gonna go buy like ordinary clothes.
Okay.
So
Clothing ordinary. 1 silver.
I have a quick question on a couple familiar abilities.
Sure.
primarily is it partner in crime.
Yeah.
Does that basically give me a +1 on any deception checks I make? Because Squire would be able to aid me on any deception or thievery.
It does appear that that is the case. And doubly so if you use what's it called? Independent to give it the action to prepare to aid you without having to command it.
And then the other one is there's a accompanist. Wow, my
Accompanist.
words. Yeah. Where if I, for some reason, if Archie does a performance check, Squire can aid me on that also.
Yep.
Okay.
Great. If only you had a familiar mascot and you could grant accompanist to another player. Or does that only work for master abilities?
I think that might be just master abilities.
I accidentally closed Foundry. The music. Where's the music? Ah! Ken has music. I don't know why. I don't know why Foundry's music just like breaks all the time. Oh god damn it, was working. There we go. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like that's just master abilities.
Okay. Alright. So, changing out some familiar abilities. Baroom, no preparations. Grom. And then...
I might change out some spells, but I think
Okay.
I'll have to look and see.
Alright.
I did take the money out of the stash, so I'm going to go ahead and remove that for the spell casting.
Yep. Okay.
And 1 additional silver for clothes for Baroom.
Okay.
How hard would it be to sell the mannequin in an evening?
Very difficult.
Oh, then never mind.
Certainly a thing that you can do tonight would be a lot. You might have to put the soul gem enclosure back in it before it's worth a whole lot. Like that enclosure is made of precious metals and kind of a big chunk of the actual mechanism.
How long is investment? It's just during daily preparations.
During daily preparations, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So I can work
it's
my
not.
way through investing the armor and investing the diplomat's badge
Yep.
to my soul.
Yep. Okay. So, words are hard. So, the Tolorr Family Festival is a day-long goddamn festival that takes place in and around the Tolorr clan hall. Basically taking over entire city blocks in King's Crown. I believe it's in King's Crown. I'm going to say King's Crown, and if someone wants to fact check me. Nope, it's in King's Crown. Cool. Oh wow, Tolorr Clan Hall has its own like gate and keep wall and everything. So probably just that whole entire fucking section of King's Crown. Large. Several buildings. Refreshments are set up all over the goddamn place. Meals are served. Predominantly dinner. I think it's mostly just like snacking throughout the day and then dinner. And the way that this is going to work mechanically is we're going to use the influence subsystem. You have identified how many people to attempt to influence? 5?
4.
5,
5, I think.
5.
Yeah.
Well, 4, and then one that we're trying to distract.
Sure.
Yeah. That is an influence. Of
That would be, yeah. So that will still use the same subsystem. That'll be part of the influence. It's a skill challenge of sorts. Like it's not going to look anything like a D&D skill challenge, but that's setting the scene mechanically. So in the influence subsystem, there are essentially 2 actions you can choose from each round. There are discover and influence. So in order to influence someone, you can typically use... where's the list? I had a list of like 3. Okay, I did not write down the 3. So when you influence someone, it is best if you know things about that person and can target the skills that are most likely to influence them, or the ones that have the lowest DC. Each different skill has a different DC. Generally, diplomacy. I think it's generally diplomacy. Generally diplomacy, like always, like practically always. Society is frequent. Deception works in some cases, and intimidation works. Basically, social skills generally work. But they won't necessarily be the lowest DC. So you can use the discover action to specifically target people and figure out what you can learn about them. So if you actually look up Discover and Influence in Foundry, they are activities that you can read about. They'll explain what various levels of success do.
Are they in exploration activities or...
They're not exploration or downtime, or if you just control space and search for them, they'll come up. I can also...
There are some exploration activities related to subsystems, so I didn't know if this was one of them.
Yeah, these are not actually... They're not tagged with... hopefully this works. I don't know if you can open those.
Yeah.
Cool. So influence is very simple. On success, you gain an influence point. Critical failure, you lose an influence point. Critical success, you gain 2 influence points. Very simple victory point system with the influence action. Discover has some more nuance. So each NPC has a list of discover skills and a list of influence skills. I will tell you... if I recall, let me just double check my notes. I will volunteer the list of possible skills used for Discover, but I won't tell you what their DCs are. So you can surmise, based on what you know about the character, which skills you think are most relevant, most likely to succeed. You can see that in Discover, on a critical success, you choose 2 of the success options, and then on a success, you choose one of the things that you can learn about them. I forget what biases are. What is biases actually mechanically? It says you can learn which skill to influence has the lowest DC, one of their biases, resistances, or weaknesses. I don't actually see biases. I feel like that might be no, this should be remastered. This is probably... The module is pre-master. The module doesn't have biases. Ooh. So resistances are topics of conversation and ways of going about influencing that will meet resistance. It'll increase the DC of whatever skill you use. Weaknesses will reduce the DC. So when you go to influence an NPC, you'll describe what skill you want to use, which could be blind. Just pick a skill because you don't know any better, or pick one of the skills that you know will work. And then you'll describe generally the kind of approach that you have. I'll use that to determine if it triggers a resistance or weakness, and then you roll. So there will be a number of rounds. I don't know if I want to reveal how many. I will set the scene for each of the rounds and the ways that you can interact with it. In order to balance this for the fact that there are only 3 of you, so there's 75% as many possible actions in the party as compared to expected. Every round, Krohan will use Discover and succeed. He will never critically succeed, he will never fail. But he will succeed, and you basically choose what information he will be like meandering through the crowd to get for you.
Okay, makes sense. Is he?
Can he have given us some information on his grandmother before this?
Oh, so like a pre-discover?
Yes. I believe, given that it has an a decade since he has seen her, the best that he can tell you is that she is an avid fan of... I mean, she made a career out of puppetry. And so I will let you know that the 2 lowest DCs for her influence are theater lore and performance, in that order.
So the whole family's crazy. Oh, she's like a puppet master.
She does puppet shows for history for fucking children.
Yeah.
And for adults. Like, it's a whole goddamn art form. But, yeah. I don't... Yeah. He really can't give you more than that, unfortunately.
He hasn't seen her in a long time. Dwarves live a long time, so she couldn't have changed that much.
And then he did give you a little bit of information about Egrin, priest of Drangvit, cantankerous son of a bitch, not really looking to make him happy, kind of just trying to get him to go away. Like, try to get him to leave before the exchange of gifts. And then he doesn't know Rhea or Rosha, and basically just knows of Valahask. So, yeah, I don't want to reveal how many rounds there will be. I think I'll probably reveal that after I think I will reveal that you're halfway through at halfway through.
Okay.
Just based on like how long in the day has passed, you can surmise like we've got this much time remaining. Yeah. So, with that all set, I am going to share with you a handout. Show players, configure ownership, owner. Show players. Okay. So you've just been given a handout of influential Tolorr guests, and I made you owners, so if you want to take notes in here, you can.
I spelled the last name wrong too. Veldalo.
Veldalo.
Veldallo is what
And all the way at the bottom, I included an image of the clan leader of Clan Tolorr, who will be largely unreachable, but I found that art in Lost Omens Highhelm, so I was like, absolutely, I'm putting that in.
He looks so... I love his art.
Yeah.
That's
He's
great.
Yeah, he's gonna be a little too inaccessible to really influence significantly. So that's just there for your edification, and I will switch over
Can you
here.
guys hear the silence?
Nope. Argon Tor.
They're sitting right outside. It seems I'm taking them.
Great. So let's begin. So at the beginning of the festival, what is happening really thus far is basically guests are arriving. Entire families are showing up at once, having just... I hesitate to use the word because I know you're gonna laugh, but carpool. they travel up to King's Crown and to the Tolorr Clan Hall together, partially to make an appearance and partially for just support, familial support. Guests are announced by heralds, I suppose is what they would be referred to as. And although this is mostly reserved for eminent guests' arrivals. So you don't get to hand the herald, here's who I am, and they announce your presence.
I was actually more concerned about having to announce that to a herald. So I
Gotcha.
actually... That's
Yeah.
more concerning.
Gotcha.
Baroom. No, you're not.
Yeah. Crohan is also, Elbert Glassgrinder is also able to join the festivities without so much as a second glance. The lawn of the Tolorr Clan Hall and nearby buildings and even the surrounding streets become a bustle of merrymakers who gather in small groups. Finger foods, drinks, and lawn games are abundant, yet almost everyone is more interested in socializing. Countless conversations muffle even the loudest voices. So there can be a significant ruckus without too much of a fuss that spreads through the crowd. Crohan would point out the people that you are not intimately familiar with. It seems that Rhea is taking a merciful break right now and is actually not engaged in doing her job and can be engaged socially if you so choose. Rosha, Bulgra, and Valahask are also findable. Egrin is fashionably late. So, before any of you choose an action, what do you want Crohan to discover?
to me, the most important thing would be activities that will be happening, other activities that will be happening while the gift exchange is going on. Like, give us a place to try and push Egrin to, right? If there is nothing else going on during the gift exchange, it's going to be pretty hard to find.
So he would have been able to tell you day before this particular information. Like, the exchange of gifts is the exchange of gifts. Like, that is the only thing going on here at the time. The goal is basically to just piss him off so he storms out. Make him feel unwelcome. Like, it's not distract, it's not, like, he's a dickwad, please get rid of him. Like, he's too important in the clan to like, bounce him, but if you can convince him to leave of his own accord.
I think later I want to have a religious conversation with him. Just debate over religion.
Okay.
But that's a later thing, he's not here yet. So I think for now, it might be a good idea to have Krohan figure out the best way to approach Valahask.
Okay.
Yeah, that's Krohan's suggestion. Okay, yeah, I like that.
Because we have a number of things we're looking for from Valahask. So the earlier we can start, the better.
Okay. Matt, did you have thoughts?
It was kind of the same thing of see if you can figure out stuff about Valahask, since you don't really seem to know anything.
Okay. So are you looking for influence DC? Or influence skill, rather?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay. So, the lowest DC influence skill for Valahask is occultism. I think just so that there isn't a no one wants to go first, but everyone wants to go first situation. Everyone roll a d20, or roll. No, I was going to say roll initiative, but no. Everyone roll a d20, and we'll just go in that order for how you're going about this, and we'll just re-roll every round.
Oh, I'm rolling for Tolorr.
Great. So, Archie.
Yeah. I think Archie's going to want to go find Rosha.
Okay.
It's been a minute, so
yeah.
Go see how everything's going, reestablish that.
And are you aiming for Discover to sort of get a sense of how they're doing, or more influence, just like really reinforce your relationship?
Yeah, I think it Discover first.
Okay.
Okay. So there's no perception check. Trying to think, because having known them, is there a research ability?
So for Discover, I will furnish you with all of the available skills. Perception is always one of the skills, but it's not necessarily the lowest DC. For Rosha, the other options are Arcana and Dwarf Lore.
Yeah, I'll probably go with Arcana.
Okay.
And that's public or private?
Public.
Public.
I guess. Oh no, that Discover is secret. Because on a critical failure, I lie to you. But I'll let it slide because I did say public. And that is a success. So would you like to know which influence skill has the lowest DC, or one of their resistances or weaknesses?
Um, I think lowest DC.
Okay. Um, the lowest DC influence skill for Rosha is alcohol lore. To savor excellent drinks together.
Rom, this one's yours.
I know about drinking. I don't know about lore.
Feel free, if you feel brave, to use any of the information you discover to surmise other things that might be true.
Yeah.
For instance, and I'm not going to say if this is actually functional, instead of alcohol lore, like I know about alcohol, you say, I'm going to use fortitude to drink lots of it with them.
Cool.
I don't know if anybody else was doing it, but I am adding to the captions on the...
Yeah, where are the captions? I couldn't figure out how to add.
It's just the edit button next to the
Yeah,
pictures on the top right, and there's a thing.
there it is.
It's like literally just one line for image caption.
Yeah.
And I'm just like tacking onto the end of it.
Okay, that's where you've been putting it. Okay, because I opened them up a couple times to try and figure out where the text button is. That makes sense.
Okay. Keep that open. Make it small. Okay. Okay. Grom.
Well, I think we're gonna do that thing that you just said.
Okay. Brave.
Have a little breakfast beer.
Okay. So you're going to engage Rosha in some friendly competitive drinking.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got my nice clothes on. I got my basilisk helmet, fancy belt buckle.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Let me... Okay. So, influence is public. So go ahead and roll fortitude.
My fortitude save.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably good enough.
All right.
Maybe.
So so that is a success. Like I can announce that. As you go to engage Rosha in conversation and friendly competition, you find that they are incredibly awkward, and that this seems to make them slightly uncomfortable, but they go along with it in a I need to, I guess this is what I'm doing now kind of way. And it's not the best tact, but
It's probably not drinking large quantities. It's drinking quickly.
Sure.
We're saying who can drink a flagon of ale the fastest.
Great. Okay.
It's the morning. We're just trying to get socially lubricated.
Right.
So we're gonna just move these things along a little bit quicker.
So you pivot the social anxiety into no, this will help with that. Like,
Right.
let's go.
This is meant to. Everybody's gonna be awkward now. It's first thing in the morning.
Right.
This gets easier the later it gets.
Right. Okay. Okay, 1 second. I can now reveal these. Wow. These are your influence points.
Ooh.
You've got an influence point with Rosha.
I did it.
We got a tick.
You got a tick. That one. Okay. Okay. That is Grom's turn. Tall Baroom. Sorry, slow Baroom.
Slow Baroom.
It says tall Baroom.
I know. I was clicking the wrong thing. I'd like to influence Rhea.
Okay.
Like really just find her and be like, hey, it's me, Baroom. You know. And I think the skill that I'm going to go for is diplomacy.
Okay.
If that's valid. Presumably I'm just trying to ingratiate Rhea to my new self.
Mm-hmm. I mean, so diplomacy is not always valid,
Okay.
but it is largely valid if you're trying to make a good impression on someone. Just being good at conversation is generally a way to do that.
Yeah.
If you're trying to make a bad impression on someone, diplomacy is probably not the right skill.
Yes, but I am trying to do that. I
Yeah.
don't think that any of my lores make any sense.
Okay.
Yeah, and the influence role is public. Yes, we just said.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, then I don't need to blind GM.
Correct. Okay, that is a success. So
Okay.
you introduce yourself to Rhea, and she is wait. No, okay. And she's enamored with this novelty of just like, wait, you're a thing that I know, but you're different from the thing that I know, and different from the thing that I thought that was new. Ooh.
We're just making a third first impression.
Right.
We threw you out of, the thing that I suggested you do, the ritual I gave you was for you to die. You're not dead. It worked.
Yay!
She didn't inadvertently kill me.
Yay! I didn't kill you. And she lets on that she will be busy later in the festival, and she's not saying like, I'm telling you, if you want to influence her, do it early because you won't be able to later. But she's telling you, be excited.
Okay. I'm excited to be alive. And you know what? There's a lot that I have to figure out, so maybe a party is the place to do it.
Great. Okay. So that is it for round 1. What would you like Crowhan to discover for you? So I should say I should set the scene for the next round, the next phase. The crowds begin to sort of start meandering in droves, and the time for small talk has largely ended, and drinks and appetizers are enjoyed in earnest as a lot of people seek to find places to sit down and continue conversation with specific contingents. So small crowds form wherever there's seating, and then performers just, acrobats and jugglers and entertainers just sort of congregate around groups of people rather than the other way around. And in other places, some people are challenging one another to friendly contests of various frequently dwarven means. It is at this phase of the party that the heralds announce the arrival of Egrin Oathcarver. As he makes his way through the crowd, people get out of his way, and not in a deferential way.
Do they try and hide that it's not deferential?
Nope.
Okay.
He is not a well-liked figure, but he is influential. So, what would you like to discover? What would you like Crowhan to discover on your behalf?
Now, do we want Rohan to figure out Egrin's weaknesses? Or
Yeah, I was actually thinking kind of the same thing. Maybe try to find a weakness of Egrin.
Sure.
Okay. So Crowhan spends some time observing Egrin and getting a sense of when this guy is enjoying himself or letting down his guard. And what he discovers is that Egrin thrives on finding novel targets to harass. And so if in the course of interacting with him, you can direct his ire in a particularly novel direction, it will make it easier to influence him.
Yeah, we got rid of that promissory note.
Oof!
Yeah.
Oh
the
my
thought crossed my
god,
mind,
it's
too.
a debt. Okay, roll d20. Let's see who goes first. Nice. Just reveal
I have
that.
blind DM. Oh,
Yep.
I'm sorry.
So, Archie, you're up first. Again.
Okay. Gonna say I kind of wanna. Okay, I want to try to figure out something, I guess, on Valahask, because we know occultism is a thing, and maybe try to, I guess, discover and see if I can find a method to apply that.
Okay. Okay. So, like, occultism is just way too broad a topic, and you don't want to accidentally, like, bore him.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's...
Okay. So you're looking for weaknesses.
Yes.
Okay. So for Valahask, discovery is going to be Arcana, Occultism, Perception, or Religion. And they all have their own DCs.
I will try occultism, because if it's... Maybe it's
Okay,
also
these are ordered
vulnerable.
alphabetically and not in increasing order of DC.
Oh, you thought you were good too much.
I thought, yeah. Okay. So you just sort of watch the conversations that Valahask is having with other people, and the times where Valahask seems the most animated are when he is picking apart people's jargon Baroom, you're up.
Rhea is still around, but not for much longer, it seems, right?
It'll be towards the end that she has to go work.
Yeah. I'd like to just use the opportunity to keep the conversation going
Sure.
with her. Influence and there it is. Can I try and use bardic lore to sort of what I'm trying to go for here is start to try and seed and sell the story of, like, it would be an incredible story if this crazy thing that I know is about to happen, if you came out and supported it. I can't tell you. It's a surprise, but...
So, rules is written, no, you can't use bardic lore for anything that isn't recall knowledge.
Yes.
And I think I'm going to have to stick with that.
Okay,
It's already hilariously powerful.
That's fine. I'm trying to use bardic lore more, and you could say this is, I guess, performance either. Just like to sell her on the story that is about to be told, and if she could, you know, like, lean in and support it a little bit, that'd be incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Or, like, at least if the opportunity presents itself to hear them out, maybe you let that happen.
Okay. So go ahead and roll.
Yeah, I can't think. None of my lores make sense for that. So, performance, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or is that society? It's the same number, but. And I said I'm influencing, right? So that is public.
Okay. As soon as you start, like, selling a story and, like, really making a production out of how impressive this will be, etc., her eyes just glaze over. She is just utterly uninterested in stories of the future.
Okay.
She wants to focus on what was. And maybe you can sell the same idea with a different tack, but that is a failure.
It's a failure.
That's a failure.
Okay.
Performance is not in her list of skills. It's not available. You've chosen the wrong approach.
Yeah.
All right. Grom.
Do I start my argument with Egret now? It seems too early.
Seems way too early. If he runs away angry now, he'll have time to cool off and come back.
So we know the lowest for Bulgra. Who thinks I'm not particularly good at any of these skills that we've discovered so far. I want to try and discover more about Bulgra.
Okay.
I would like to learn her weaknesses if possible.
Okay. Available discover skills for Bulgra are Highhelm lore, theater lore, perception, and society.
Perception probably has the highest DC, if I had to guess.
And those are still alphabetical, but it's lore, Highhelm, lore, theater, perception, society.
Yeah. Gonna use Highhelm lore.
Okay. And that is secret.
Oh,
So I'm gonna
right.
delete
Yeah.
that.
I was just about to do that.
Womp.
Blind GM.
Okay. And you wanted her weakness.
Weaknesses.
Okay. Bulgra is largely like smiling grandmotheringly at performances, specifically at the smiles on other people's faces. And you get the impression that if you made an attempt to entertain other guests, it would be a way to her heart.
I think I will let Baroom know that, because they seem to be pretty good at performing.
Okay. Alrighty. And that is the end of the second phase.
Kind of crashing and burning your lemon into herself. Switching facts might not suck.
Yeah. So as this sort of just social hour is not winding down, but people are starting to lose a bit of steam. Maybe they're losing their voices a little. It has been a few hours. A triumphant horn fanfare announces that dinner is ready. And guests begin gathering at the numerous tables to secure seats near friends and family. Once most guests are seated, servers announce and carry in numerous courses popular at various points in Highhelm history. And I think I will withhold the information about what's being served until we get what Krohan is going to be discovering about whom, and I was considering like gating his information until the beginning of next round, because you're all going to choose who to sit near, and like that's the person you can influence. And it's like, okay, well, if Krohan's discovering things about this person, how are they going to get that info? How's he going to get that info to you? But he can always just get up and whisper in your ear. It's not like he's stuck there, but like it would be weird if he got up and started like, if one of you got up and started, trying to influence someone else. But mechanically, you'll all choose where you're sitting based on who you want to influence, but or discover about. But where would you like Krohan's efforts directed? I'm enjoying how tactical this is. Like it makes it possible for like not face characters to be able to contribute to the social encounter.
Yeah. Who do we feel like we've made the least we've prepped the least to make influence on? It's Bulgra, right?
I'm wondering if we need to worry about spreading our focus out broadly, or if we need to narrow in and get a couple people pretty high influenced.
Yeah.
So I don't know if doing this, I know that we, like in my head, we need to go after Valahask because Krohan wants him to look at the crystal before we present the crystal as one of the gifts.
Yeah.
Rhea, I think, is already like in our corner, so might not need as much influencing.
Well, like she's got ghost ticks behind the one game right now.
Maybe. Because we've had so much more interaction with her.
Right.
Egrin, I don't think we're concerned about influencing. We're more concerned about distracting later, making him angry. We're like negative influence, kind
I
of.
think that we're prepped on that sort of, or we're prepped to try. I think.
Yeah, so someone
So
can
I-
make themselves a target and get in a big argument in the middle of the.
I will tell you that there are, the way the influence subsystem works is that there are thresholds of influence where it's like if you get to this threshold with this NPC, you get this benefit. If you get to this threshold, you get this benefit.
Okay.
I will let you know when you hit maximum for any given NPC. They are not necessarily the same number.
Got you.
But like if you get an NPC to max, I'll be like, go somewhere else.
Okay. They love you as much as it's possible to.
Yeah. You have done the best you can in this scenario.
Okay.
Yeah. If you get there with anyone.
Yeah.
Because if you're going to spread your efforts around, maybe that's not possible. Who knows?
So maybe we keep him looking at Valahask for possible ins there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if he's gonna auto succeed, what else do we need to know about Valahas?
You have the lowest DC influence skill, and
We could get the next lowest DC influence skill.
Yeah, it skips, so we could get the next lowest. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine with me.
That's fine with me. Matt.
Yeah, should be good.
Okay. Okay. So Krohan discovers that Valahask has a playful prankster streak and enjoys pulling pranks on dwarves. And so therefore the second lowest DC is thievery.
Okay.
All right, everyone roll a d20. Ooh. Oh, come on. All right, roll off. Jesus. Okay.
All right.
Archie,
Back
what are you up to?
on it.
God, I'm trying to decide either between Rosha or Valahask. I think maybe Valahask just because we don't have anything there yet.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think Archie will sit next to Valahask and have kind of a, I guess, try to draw them into conversation on
Minor detail that might be relevant. I'm just rereading the description of the dinner phase. Discover is not possible this phase, as you are limited to speaking to the people immediately around you. So you can't canvas for information about a person. You can only influence this round.
okay.
Rohan was just saying could.
Yeah,
He's special.
Krohan's special. Like,
Yeah,
he's
yeah,
just-
we were walking to the table.
Yeah.
So I think Archie's gonna want to try to draw Valahask into a conversation and kind of sprinkle a little bit of information about the soul in a gem, but more as a concept,
Okay.
and being like, recently, it found notes about this being able to magically actually do the and try to pull in from like the occultism side of the possible ways of being able to do this, and just sort of diving in full on used to be engineer schematics and diagrams, trying to try just kind of seeing with of having go through the process and be like, oh, I don't know, I found this thing, it sounds like a really interesting idea and something that would be able to be tried out, and kind of like gauging their interest on it.
Okay. And are you sticking to like theoretical, or like are you pulling specific terms and techniques like from the recording that you found?
Yes, like from the recording, from the having seen the dolls, being very vague on anything that it connects to Baroom in that situation, like not wanting to reveal too much. But yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and roll occultism.
Oh yeah, it's public.
Yep.
I wonder.
That is a
Wait, no.
success.
Yeah.
Do you want to fish for a crit?
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking.
I'm
You
no
know,
longer
I mean,
next.
how low do you think this DC is?
I don't
You
know. It can
succeeded
always
in
be
a
worse.
feat.
Like you rolled an 8.
Yeah, you know, I might have to stay there because I've also rolled really high on all my other d20s.
Okay. So he leans in very interestedly as you begin discussing these things, and at times he even like has his fork like halfway up to his mouth and just like listening intently, and then as soon as you start using jargon, he just like lets you have it. Like he's actually like pissed, like kind of annoyed at you, and you manage to pivot and drop the techno babble, and just really talk through the ramifications and functionality without using big fancy terms designed to confuse. But that backfired, and nearly catastrophically so.
Does not like jargon.
You have in fact critically failed on that discover.
Influence?
No, the discover.
No.
To learn about Valahask's weakness.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
This is a regular success.
Okay,
Baroom.
I think that I'm gonna sort of move off if we compared notes, and if I cannot get to the Veldala family table, like I'm assuming that's a little bit difficult, I try and get a...
People aren't really grouping in families for dinner. It's I mean, to some extent, but it's not like exclusive. Like you can find a seat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then lean into like any kids at the table, keep them entertained through the meal.
Okay.
And yeah, I am trying to perform for children and trying to like warm her heart.
Okay. You are performing for children for Bolgra.
Yes.
Okay. Roll performance.
+1, yeah. No.
Okay. That's a little better. Woo! Oh. And here I thought you would
Child in the face?
No, I thought you would like critically succeed on this, but that was scary. That is a success. So that is 1 influence point for Bulgra. You're really spreading them around, and she is thoroughly entertained by your entertaining the children. She smiles very matronly. And does not recognize you, but seems to be making a mental note to thank you.
Okay.
I'm
just imagining I did the thing where like I got your nose to a kid,
and they started crying.
Give it back!
Okay. Grom.
I am going to elbow my way through the crowds of people looking to sit with Egrin.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Okay. So Egrin has positioned himself close to the Better Never bread, which is a historical ration that nobody enjoys, and he knows this well, and so gravitates towards it because he's just that kind of person.
He enjoys prune juice.
Yeah, he's that kind of person.
I think I don't think I'm gonna eat much at dinner. It's
Okay.
I'm at the table that has like the worst food.
Well, so he is near that food, so he can get more of it. But it is food is being served to you. Several courses. But
I think I would
Better Never bread.
I would like to speak to him.
Okay.
And essentially, like, I'm new in these circles, but I notice that people seem to actively avoid you.
Okay.
What's the story there?
Okay. What skill are you trying to apply with this?
Society, maybe? Like, there's got to be some sort of, like, history or something, and I'm not really trying to, like, sway him anyway. I'm looking for, like, information. Even though, like, Grom might have some sort of inkling, having lived in Highhelm for years, there's probably rumors, at very least, about who this person is. But I'm going to play dumb.
Okay. That sounds like deception.
I'm so good at that. I'm so very good at that.
Like, oh god, you have a -1.
Yep.
Woo!
So, just out of curiosity, is there a threshold on the negative influence point side too?
It's a good fucking question.
Like, if we gave him -5 influence, would that kind of force him to leave? Is that what we're going for?
You are still trying to go for positive influence. You're just going to be using different skills to do it.
Okay, so it's absolute value.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not. I made a good impression. I made an impression. I influenced him in a direction.
That's so much worse.
Yeah.
Do my clothes have any effect on this? It's a +1 item bonus to make an impression on nobility and other upper class folk.
It does in this particular circumstance.
That's better than average, so I'm not going to re-roll that.
Even if I tell you it's a failure?
I guess I'll re-roll. I gotta try, right? Why did I not give myself the... I didn't give myself a hero point at the beginning, so it's not giving me the option to reroll using a hero point. It's one higher.
So it's actually a 14 with your +1.
Right.
That's a success.
Oh, okay, cool.
So you successfully just play dumb about his reputation, and
I'm very much pointing out that he's not liked around here.
and he uses this as an opportunity to absolutely lambast you.
Cool.
Just deride you for not knowing who he is.
Oh, that's even worse than I thought. I thought he was going to be mean about no manners. No, it's not fuck the manners. How
Do you know who I am?
Yeah.
How do you not know who I am?
Yeah, like he's vaguely insulted that you would dare say, something so rude, but also more so just pissed off that you don't know.
Oh God, I know. Okay.
This is working. This is all going according to plan.
Putting that in the bank, we should get as many people as possible to ask, hey, who are you again? Just lean in, start gaslighting him.
God. Okay, so that is the end of round 3, which is halftime. So I will just explain what dinner looks like. So once the guests are seated, servers announce and carry numerous courses popular at various points in Highhelm history. Favorites include Blessing of First Light, a lightly spiced roast boar, supposedly eaten as the first meal after reaching the surface, and Carthan bass fritters, popular in the -1000s AR. That's about 5,000 years ago. And wakishibas, a squash soup whose eclectic spice blend fell out of favor after a local empire's fall in 1551 AR, over 3,000 years ago. Nobody is expected to enjoy the Better Never bread, a coarse biscuit common when the Droskari theocracy ruled the region, but they all partake dutifully in the name of history. And that will be the end of phase 3, which is halfway through the event functionally. It's not like temporally halfway through. That was probably about 8-ish hours, and maybe only a few more hours, but there's more opportunity to influence. There's 3 more rounds, is what I'm getting at, even if the time doesn't quite line up. Or the time isn't evenly distributed per round. The 4th round of this subsystem is dessert, during which time a lot of people get up to leave. Dessert is not served to people. It is laid out on platters. It's more of a buffet type thing, but it's not there's not one location. It's just like, here's the profiterole station. I don't know. And a lot of people stand up to mingle or grab some dessert as they leave. Some people are just here for the food and drink and socialization, and we're about to move into the more ceremonial parts of the night, and people are taking their exit. None of the important guests are doing as such. But dozens of actors move to the largest stage on the various lawns to perform Song of Dogadth, a play about the drama, heroism, and stoic resignation of the titular dwarven city before it fell to invaders in the late 2400s, 2,000 years ago. Many guests watch, but just as many continue their conversations and games on the other end of the lawn. What would you like Krohan to discover on your behalf?
Do we want him to try and learn anything else about Egrin? Like the next lowest skill or something?
Do you even...
You could learn, like, a weakness. See what the best way to get under his skin.
A needle, usually.
So you have a weakness, but you don't have his lowest DC.
Okay.
I have to scroll really far to find
Yeah.
it, so yeah. Okay, so you want to find his lowest DC then, maybe?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So the lowest DC influence skill for Egrin is Deception.
You don't say.
Do you want to switch targets, Grom?
Yeah, that's fine.
Everyone roll a d20.
I was going to offer to try and tell Egrin that somebody is... I've heard tell that somebody is giving a gift that's going to embarrass him later tonight.
Okay.
Like, oh, I heard some people snickering that there's going to be a prank pulled on you.
So, has Archie gone first every round?
Yes.
Yeah, it's pretty much been like Archie, Baroom, Grom, most rounds.
I think there was one round that was Archie, Grom, Baroom.
Yeah.
The first round. I rolled like a 3 or something.
You rolled a 6. Sorry, Tall Baroom rolled a 6. Archie.
Cool. I think Archie's gonna go back over to Rosha.
Okay.
Trying to what I know about them. So basically, Archie wants to, basically ask them what the current study like are they still studying the same thing from the last time? Have they moved on to a new subject and basically try to deep dive their work currently?
Okay.
I don't know skill wise. If it's kind of like, I don't know, like society or arcana.
I'd say Arcana probably. Yeah.
I'm good with that.
Are you?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yes, you are.
Well, I don't think I need to tell you that that's a critical success. But I will tell you that that is a critical success. I don't know if I've been incredibly obvious about this, but Rosha is autism. And you have just activated their special interest. And they fucking love you for listening and asking good follow-up questions, and you get them to forget themselves and to forget that people around them exist, and just thoroughly engage them in sparkling conversation about their research, which is, quite frankly, incredibly mundane.
Awesome.
Yeah, Archie knows Rosha a little bit. You know, he's like, oh yeah, Squire's here too. Stop hissing.
You're familiar. You're welcome,
Yeah,
by the way. Okay. Okay. Goddamn. All right. Baroom. Fuck. That's a big fucking crit.
I'd like to make my way to Egrin.
Okay.
And yeah, lead in like, oh, you're Egrin, right? And very much just try and seed the idea that maybe he does not want to be around for the gift giving portion of the ceremony, because I've been hearing whispers about there being some prank being pulled on him that is intended to embarrass him.
Okay. All right. Roll it.
Yeah. Nope, that's not the button. That's a button.
That's a critical success.
Cool.
He is thoroughly flustered, and you can see by his posture that he considers just storming off immediately, but thinks better of it, and a slightly terrifyingly mischievous grin plays across his face.
Okay.
Yeah. I was gonna give more detail, but I think that's where I'll stop.
Okay. Hopefully I've convinced him to, like I do, like I said, the idea is to seed. If you're not there, like they can't, like that's part of the prank or something.
So I am, did I tell you I would let you know when you hit any threshold, or just when you hit the max?
You said max.
I think you just said max.
Okay, cool. This threshold is important to specify, though. He becomes flustered, and suspicious, but suspicious around you, not of you, which makes it easier to lie to him. You
acted.
Yeah. So until the end of the next phase, you get a +2 circumstance bonus to deception and intimidation. Because he's flustered and suspicious of others.
Okay.
And I guess that reveals that intimidation is a possible influence skill.
I mean, it has to be, but that also seems like a really easy way to, like, hurt somebody, or like create them, let them have negative feelings about you.
Yeah. All right, Grom. You're good at intimidation,
I think. Right? No. It's a charisma skill.
Uh-huh.
I think I'm gonna talk to Rhea if she's still around. We're gonna try and influence her.
Okay. She is still around, yes. I will let you know when people are no longer available.
Okay.
She's the one that told us to collect stories.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to start going through our different acts that we were able to accomplish.
Okay.
Since that time. From the beginning.
Okay.
And up to and including before we went down the chasm. Glazing over why we were going out there.
Sure.
We were looking for the halflings.
Sure.
And we found them and we fought, and then Baroom died.
Mm-hmm.
That whole thing.
Right.
I don't know if that's like a Highhelm lore or diplomacy or society. I don't know.
Feels society? Yeah.
Society.
Yeah.
Overall society.
Yeah, like history isn't a thing. Like society basically covers history, and like you're spinning a yarn of historical. Like this is a history that you can have. Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's go society.
Son of a bitch.
You used your hero point.
You used your hero point.
I did use my hero point.
Rhea's gonna hate us.
I can't save you from this.
You can't. I can't save you from this either.
I can't save you from this.
I have been fighting for any sort of skill that I can use that has any sort of mediocre bonus, and society was a decent one.
Yep.
That's a mediocre number.
So I'm like, okay, thievery or occultism for Valahask. Occultism's +2, thievery's +0. Okay, deception, intimidation, both -1.
Yeah, that did not go great. That sounded like such a good.
I thought so too. I'm like, this is what she wanted.
Yeah,
this is exactly what she wanted.
That sounded like such a good idea, and I'm just struggling to come up with how Grom fucks this up. Like the only thing I'm imagining, if anyone's seen Scott Pilgrim, is like he tells the story of Pac-Man, and he does it really well. And then later he tells the story of Pac-Man and how he got his name, and it's just awful. I'll leave you alone forever now. Thanks. That's what I'm imagining, is Grom just telling just a fuck awful, very poorly rehearsed story, and Rhea's just like, what the fuck was that?
You just do like,
I started drinking too early and was drinking too much.
Got it.
I got halfway through the first story and threw up on her shoes.
See, I was imagining you, like, tripping over the parts of the story that you're trying to skip over, so you say, like, 5 words of a sentence that you didn't want to finish, and you're like, wait, but, so, we did, down a hole.
But not the hole. We didn't go, no, not the hole.
Yeah. Oh, God. I'm sorry.
Me too, because this is... We just lost an influence point for that.
Oof.
We're still net 3 on the round, though.
Yep. Wow. So, that's the end of phase 4. Phase 5. At this time, it is the part of the festival where a historical battle recreation occurs. So racks of period-appropriate clothing, low quality because they don't want to use their good stuff on, randos that are not going to take care of it. And foam weapons are thickly padded sticks, is what it says.
A LARP breaks out.
Yeah, but it's not just like free for all LARP. They announce which historical battle it will be, and then instruct people to pick sides, and then you are split into contingents, and given commanding officers, and explained how your contingent will behave, win or lose over the course of this battle, to play it out correctly. And you can choose, you can just sort of creatively move towards the contingents that include the people that you would like to influence. And perhaps you'll be given the opportunity to influence the people that your contingent goes against as well. But first, what do you want Krohan to discover?
What's Rhea? We gotta figure out Rhea's lowest skill because we're flubbing this so hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Rhea's lowest DC is crafting.
God damn it.
Now you know. Alright. Roll a d20.
God damn it.
It's fine. Gromreg roll a 3. Oh! Archie's still first, though. In this phase, you can't engage people in conversation. That's not really something you can do right now. Wow, my brain is not functioning. The normal influence skills for all NPCs are replaced for this round with a melee attack with a light mace, warfare lore, athletics, or performance.
So functionally, the boon to influencing Ygrin is gone. It's not.
What's that?
The boon.
Yeah,
because
if you wanted to make a case for intimidation, I would maybe deception's a bit of a harder sell. But
Could I deceive him into thinking that somebody else attacked him from behind? Like, make it look like somebody's out to get him? On his own side?
I'll allow it.
Okay. That's what I would like to do, but I
Great.
go last, so.
Okay, cool. Archie.
This battle is this.
Oh, I should explain to you what the battle is. So the battle that you're reenacting this year, or this festival. I don't actually know how often the family festival is held. Is the Battle of Fallen Flags, a famous battle between the nations of Gardath and Grakodan. Grakogan, I have learned that is a typo in the module. It's Grakogan. During the era of Five Kings. And because I'm an absolute fucking nerd, I looked up all of these things. So the era of Five Kings was an era after... I think a few hundred years after Targic's abdication, where upstart kings of the various sky citadels each declared themselves High King, and everything was okay for about 90 years, and then there was about 2,000 years of civil war. Great time. The Battle of Fallen Flags is a battle that is named in this module and described exactly nowhere, so I decided to invent it. It was a battle won and lost simultaneously due to terrain. There are some really interesting details, including an avalanche, some mining charges intended to deter scouts, a whole lot of battle standards that were utterly destroyed and left behind, and the fact that the phrase "fallen flag" or fallen flags, I guess, is now a term that refers to any battle where neither side wins and both sides bleed. It has echoed through history as a lesson in terrain-blind aggression. So that's the.
Gonna be like foam rocks falling during this reenactment.
Oh, abso-fucking-lutely.
There's like fireworks that don't actually charge the ground, but they have pyrotechnics.
Yep.
Pyro to...
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. Good
Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah, Archie, what you doing?
Okay. It's terrible. I might have to go with athletics. I think Archie will try to like stick with Ria's group, I guess. Like if yeah. Really hoping this was a Quest for Sky thing and I could argue for Quest for Skyward.
Well, after Quest for Sky.
Yeah.
This took place in 2218 AR. Quest for Sky is negative 4,000 something AR, so off by a few thousand years.
Well, so was dinner.
But yeah, I think Archie is doing his best to like keep up with everybody and just like it's like I gotta do this, and it's the book nerd has been given fake armor and foam weapons, and now he has to run around the field.
Yep. Okay. And you said Ria.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's gonna do his best to not let everybody down. Okay.
That is a failure.
I think I'm gonna hero point this one.
Okay.
Hey, that's a different
That is a
number.
success. Not a critical success, even though you rolled a 19, but a success. Okay. So you are... You follow along with the brief, and you just go for it. Like, just leave everything on the field and play your part as best you can in terms of physicality. When there's supposed to be a charge, you lead the way. When there's supposed to be a stand your ground, you plant yourself. And when the mock avalanche rolls over your contingent, you somersault like a motherfucker. Just really selling those rolls. You really sold your death. And Ria's impressed. The entire time Ria is kind of like looking over her shoulder, like she's got somewhere to be, like really soon. Grom, who you going after?
I think Valahask.
Okie doke.
I want to use fetch to really sell this.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm still going to use athletics, and just, like, I'll have fetch be, like, the rocks that come tumbling at me eventually. Okay.
I do just want to clarify. I think I said that you can choose who to fight alongside. You can also choose who to fight against, if that was something you would prefer.
No, I think I want to kind of make a show of, like, protecting Valahask from the falling fetch rock.
Okay. Alright.
And we'll try that.
That a success.
I'll take it.
That Valahask is he's enjoying it until it seems evident that he's actually gonna get hurt because he's kind of spindly. His neck frills just flare the fuck out, and like he's like pants shittingly terrified all of a sudden, and so your sudden rescue thoroughly endears him to you.
Oh, those are foam rocks. Oh my god, there's a real rock mixed in.
Baroom.
Why is that rock running at us?
Yeah.
Why does that one have a face and arms?
Baroom.
I go full commando, sneaking behind enemy lines, and would like to make, Egrin think that somebody on his team has like shot him in the back or like something impossible.
I mean, there's like lawn darts and shit. Like, you just throw one of them at him.
Right, but make it look like it came from
Right.
a group clearly wearing his colors.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. Wait, is that a fucking crit?
Is that a critical success?
No, it is not a crit.
With the -1 that he has right now, or -2?
So you have a +2 circumstance.
I didn't add a +2 circumstance.
Yeah, you did not. So so that's 26. And that's still not a
You
crit.
get an item bonus with your diplomat ring, or is that just for diplomacy?
That's just for diplomacy badge. The badge
It's not for deception.
So Egrin does. Egrin falls for it, and absolutely just starts like he just throws down his weapon and starts yelling at these people, and you apparently picked a great group of people to get him to yell at, because they fucking yell back. And he sulks away and grabs his weapon with fire in his eyes. And over the course of the rest of the battle, I'm just gonna sort of skip through, like, removing some agency here, but you lose track of him until nearing the end of the battle. You all hear a panicked scream that cuts through the well-intentioned. That's not the right word.
The acting scream?
Yeah, like it cuts through the acting screams. It cuts through the the merriment and like there's an actual there's panic. And Baroom, you are the only one close enough to really intervene, but everyone is able to catch sight of what is going on as the battle largely kind of stops at this, and Egrin has Rosha on the ground and is just mercilessly beating them. Baroom, you're close enough to do something about this, if you would like to.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to try and intimidate him into stopping.
Okay.
Actually, that's not fair because he's attracted attention. I'm close enough, but everyone is watching this now.
Yeah.
Yes. Then, if it's possible, can I try and diplomacy to break it up politely, or break it up without trying to use physical violence, if that's possible, or is intimidation make more sense?
I think intimidation makes a lot more sense. Like,
okay.
He's like, he was seeing red when you last saw him, and
okay.
he was it is now clear to you that he was looking for someone to pick on.
Okay, and he found Rosha.
And he found Rosha, who he already has a
would
grudge against.
Yeah. Would I get a circumstance bonus to the intimidation
Yes.
check? Okay. No, I would like 2 hero points.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
I like that number better.
Yeah. Didn't actually let you know previously that you had already gotten Egrin to the maximum possible influence, which is why he flew so far off the fucking handle. You are now influencing Rosha by scaring Egrin off.
Okay.
And you learn that apparently dwarf lungs have much more boom.
Go for like the deep Baroom,
Yeah.
like full voice, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh, that's an octave I didn't have.
No longer Baroom, now Bahoom.
Bada boom.
Egrin is like fucking dumbfounded and just like skulks off. And Rosha is just incredibly thankful.
Okay. Yeah. Also,
Which-
everybody has seen this, right? Or everybody in the vicinity.
Yeah.
Okay. I gotta come up with a 2-noun last name ASAP.
So unfortunately that crit was a little wasted because Rosha was only 1 point away from max. But just amazing. Just the idea of kicking Egrin in the pants metaphorically is just, it's great.
That's what a flesh diaphragm instead of a mushroom diaphragm does.
Yeah. The battle was not quite over, which is a shame because of the really cool have you seen Bug's Life? You know the kids with their dramatic die. So they had a group of children who were going to act out the final part of the fight and just very dramatically die, and no one cares anymore. Like Egrin ruined it for everyone.
Which is good for us.
Which is good for you because he leaves. He's gone. He fucks all the way off. And you're given several congratulatory or thankful pats on the shoulder or on the back as people start meandering about, catching their breath, rehydrating, and whatnot. And it appears that at some point in the fighting, Rhea has disappeared. And it becomes clear why. As while people are recovering, a large section of the lawn, which had been sort of cordoned off, like battle should not be here, has been filled with relics. Is really the only thing, the only word to describe them. Just pieces of significant Highhelm history, in wheeled glass cases with plaques. Like they just make a lawn museum, and there is there's a clear sort of meandering route through them where it's intended to just sort of make your way along and to the end. And I will give more information on the actual displays after we do, mechanical shit. So, what is Krohan discovering for the last time?
Not a question for Pro. Is Rhea around? Like, is she no longer? She's off the table.
Rhea is off the table because she is now busy lecturing, essentially.
Okay. Okay, cool.
And Egrin is also off the table because he fucked off.
Because he's butthurt.
Yeah. So you've got Bulgra, Valahask, and Rosha. Rosha's already kind of, like, sticking to your shadow a little bit, Baroom.
Yeah, absolutely.
And she's also maxed out, so...
Yes.
I'm sorry, they.
So, do we want to figure out a weakness of Valahask, or...
Yeah,
Since you
that's
clearly
probably-
failed to do that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We got the wrong thing. Yeah.
Yeah, or try to find something on Bulgra.
I would say Valahask. Look for a weakness on Valahask.
Okay. Agreement?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Valhask's actual weakness is emotional vulnerability and acknowledgement of one's own limitations, especially in admitting that you don't know something.
Aw. You're really nice.
Yeah. Yeah, he fucking hates jargon-filled assholes who are gatekeepy dicks. He likes people who are honest about what they know. Alright, everyone roll a d20. And I recognize that we're over time and hoping to just get into this. Matt, what the fuck? Archie, you're first!
I had to keep it going, just 6 for 6. I think Archie's gonna try to approach Valahask.
Okay.
And kind of going on the same vein as like the last conversation of like talk like the soul things, but really put in the not really understanding how it's working and I think like pulling a little bit more from what had actually happened with Baroom, or like not going into a friend of mine got their soul sucked into a gem, but having the not being able to get this to work, and with that not being able to help a friend, and trying to open up a bit, and kind of like also having like do you have any insights on this, and just kind of really diving into it, and like I said, pulling a little bit more, because it is also kind of gauging, is this something you might be able to help out with if there was something like this?
Okay. And I assume you're going the occultism route.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Go ahead and roll it.
Nice.
Critical success.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. like by a lot. Like he used his lowest DC and applied his weakness. Like, yeah. Valahask is now at maximum influence, and expresses great interest in the things that you're describing and the obvious care and personal impact this makes on you, and expresses that he is incredibly interested because he's heard a bunch about he's incredibly interested in this display because he's heard that the last exhibit on in the line is groundbreaking apparently, but as soon as he's done here he would love to talk more. Grom.
I mean, I guess it would be Bolgra, right? Like that's
kind of has to be Bolgra.
Gotta kind of sidle up to Bolgra.
Mm-hmm.
Can I go through the exhibit with her and try and point out interesting facts about the artifacts that I might know using like Highhelm lore that aren't mentioned either on the plaques or by Rhea?
Sure.
I think that's the best I got, because I'm not gonna try a charisma like performance-y thing, and I've done enough of that for tonight.
Yeah.
So we'll just lean on lore.
Yeah, tracks. That is a success. Well
Cool.
done. You certainly flounder at times. There are some exhibits where you're just like, all right, I know things. Like I know a lot about Highhelm. Like I can find some interesting tidbits here, and you're just like, oh shit. Like, I don't know anything else about this. But you piece together enough that she is.
There's a couple of things that I know really well.
Yeah, right.
Very specific, like mining implements or something.
Right. Maybe it should have been mining lore.
But with an overlap, it's an overlap of two lore skills that I have.
Ooh, yeah, right. Okay. Baroom. Last turn of the last round.
I'm aware. I think the only thing I can try and do is try and use, I think, diplomacy maybe on Bolgra, because performance, I guess I could try again to like, and I don't want to be repetitive, like trying to.
I appreciate that.
Do the same thing, so I'm gonna try and. Grom is certainly doing that, so I think I'm going to try and before, if I can manage it before Grom goes, or I guess like it chronologically, whatever.
Yeah.
Try and.
I assume that Grom is not like following her like a shadow. He's just like, do I know anything about that? Okay, let me just show up, sidle over, and say cool things.
Yeah, I'm not gonna flounder when I don't know anything about the object. Right. I'm gonna pick my chances, my most opportune moments. One shot, one opportunity.
So,
My internet is doing a thing.
oh, okay, cool. You look stable now? Or not?
Nah.
Oh!
Oh no.
Oh no! How about now disappears? Great. I don't... Okay, they're back.
Oh,
Welcome!
Baby.
Look so stable that I leave.
Yep. Okay.
Nope.
No. I got that diplomacy, and I got that between Grom. I don't know what your tact is. I hope they can hear me. How is it the video transfers but not audio? Like...
Beats me.
Aren!
I can hear you great,
Oh, okay, cool.
but I can't see any.
Okay. What is your approach to diplomacy in this scenario? Woof. Technical difficulties. Hello?
Yeah, I know. Oh, wait, how about now?
God.
Better.
Better?
Better?
Yeah.
Listenable? All of a sudden you guys had video again.
Yeah,
Jesus.
we can.
Okay.
Yeah.
My tact is to say, like, oh, it's a pleasure to meet you. It was wonderful to eat dinner with you. My name is, instead of Baroom, just slash an O out of it, so Baroom,
Okay.
because that sounds dwarfy. Baroom. I didn't make up last name, but I will at some point for
Great.
the sake of expediency.
Yeah,
Just introduce my.
yeah. Your character will have made up a last name. Okay.
And try and influence her, or like just do a polite introduction.
Okay. Yeah. So hilariously, her diplomacy DC is higher than her performance DC, but by less than the difference in your modifiers.
Okay.
But this is a regular success.
Okay.
And she's polite and acknowledges your contributions to the enjoyment of the evening.
Getting rid of an asshole, though she won't say it that way.
Exactly.
She's too polite to say thank you for getting rid of the asshole.
Basically.
Okay.
Okay. So, the relics. The large majority of the relics are things that tell a story of Highhelm, and they seem to explicitly begin after the abdication of Targic. And it tells it in reverse chronological order. Ending with something that is actually exciting to most of the people who have made it this far in the night, which is about 10 to 15% of the crowd. A lot of people disappeared after the brawl. some of which because of Egren's outburst, and many of which because they're just fucking exhausted and they want to go home. But the history buffs who stick around, or the people who are just like politely staying to the end, all seem to find this very interesting. And it is a letter that I believe you heard a rumor about weeks ago. An unearthed letter written by High King Targic shortly before his disappearance that laid sealed in a vault in Dungenhold for millennia. And for whatever reason is now unsealed and on display in a very well-guarded, hermetically sealed glass case.
Is a sealed envelope?
No, it's
Okay.
sheets of paper.
Okay. Well, no, they opened it.
They opened it.
Okay.
And I hope I can just show. This is probably just gonna show you an empty fucking document or some stupid shit. Hey, it showed it.
Ooh.
I will read it. My most honored friends, you who have held true to your word and our mission, you who have been faithful through centuries of toil, you who continue to strive for the prosperity of our nation, to you do I address my final thoughts. With heavy heart, I abdicated my throne, and now, with a heart made even heavier, I find that I must leave you. I cast no aspersions on the fine work and skillful labor lavished on the tomb prepared for my body once my soul departs. The tomb's beauty and quality truly befit a king, even this high king, and showcase the artistry of our people, which we have honed through generations of diligent attention and expert skill. I do not spurn this gift lightly. I want nothing more than to remain in this place, the one from which I first beheld the sky, the place where I felt the sweet fulfillment of Torog's promise. I turn from it only because I fear to bring more bloodshed upon you were my body laid to rest here within Koldukar. I can almost hear your objections. You look around at the sheer magnificence of our new home. You see it in the brilliance of our people. Is this not the pinnacle of our ability as engineers? Have we not worked the vaulted arches, the carved pillars, and the deep-set recesses out of purest stone, developing the skill of our ancestors and pushing it to new heights? Have we not established a powerful kingdom that boasts centers of learning and martial training, temples to our honored gods, forges of intense power, and workshops unparalleled on this planet? And have we not designed all of this magnificence to withstand the mightiest attack? Yes, I can hear you voicing these fine questions. Yes, I know that our achievements have amazed and delighted not only our people, but also our allies on the surface. Yes, I know that Koldukar and our other surface homes are now dubbed Sky Citadels. They are without question the last redoubt, both for our people and for our allies. Between the ingenious construction of our defenses and our military strategy, I have no fear of us ever losing them to our foes. And I am justly proud of our work to expand our nation and to construct other, equally defensible and glorious sky citadels throughout the land. Dungenhold, Highhelm, Kravenkus, Janderhof. All these and more ground us ever more securely in our destined home. We have achieved our quest for sky, and we will not be displaced. Mindful of the battles that continue, I wish to spare my beloved Koldukar from any further bloodshed on my behalf. Herein lies the beginning and end of my motivation. I will don my armor once more and leave. My tomb will be unmarked so that my enemies, fierce and many as they are, will have no additional cause to trouble you. May Torog's blessing be ever upon you. Targic, ever honored to have served as your king. This is made all the more poignant by the fact that Koldukar fell thousands of years ago and has not been reclaimed. And I just want to look up the exact years that happened.
Oh no, that's where his tomb is gonna be. It's in Koldakar.
I mean, there was a magnificent tomb built to him in Koldakar, but he left Koldakar. Where? No, really. Orcs laid siege and eventually overran Koldakar during the Battle of Nine Stones in negative 3708 AR.
That's a long time ago.
8,500-ish years ago. And it was renamed Urgir, meaning first home in the Orcish language. Oh no, we lost Aren again. Urgir, Koldakar, is now ruled by Ardax the Whitehair. I lost Aren. I don't know what to do about it. Matt, you get back in your spot. Jordan. Where's Jordan? Oh my god. I'm trying to fix it. Alt drag. Oh my god. There, okay. It's fixed and I can... Oh, great. I fixed it just in time for Aren to get back. Great. Okay, welcome back.
My internet is shitting itself.
I can see that, yes. So I was hoping to get to the exchange of gifts finale of the family festival, but I think we might have to do that next session. We're like way over time, and Aren's internet is shitting itself, and I don't want to lose the epicness any further than we already have. So we'll get the emotional denouement of all of this jockeying for influence next time on Pathfinder. One thing, someone guessed correctly that there was a hidden mark for Rhea. I chose to do that because two of you had a background that made Rhea your contact, where, like, by default, you start at 0 with everyone, regardless of who picks what. And it's just like, you guys picked overlap, and that limits you in some ways, so I want to shore up that limitation by giving you some benefit.
Okay.
That is where we will end today. With this reveal of the last words of Targic before disappearing into the Darklands. And yeah, join us next time for does Bulgra hate her grandson? Grandnephew? I can't actually remember their relation. I feel like
I just wrote Graham, so
Great.
I assumed grandmother.
Yeah. I've been saying grandmother, but now I'm actually questioning that because they like using like non-traditional
Like, is she actually a great aunt?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll figure it out for next time. Welcome. Goodbye. If you're watching us on Twitch, check us out on YouTube. We got all our videos over on YouTube. Sometimes it takes me 5 days to get them over there instead of the 1 day that I normally like to. But, you know, they're over there. And if you're watching us on YouTube, check us out on Twitch. We're live on Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, 7 p.m. Eastern, and, I don't know, sometime UTC. 11? Figure it out. I gave you 2 time zones. You can do the math. And as always, you can join our Discord by going to discord.thegildedtroll.tv. But it has to be HTTP because I still haven't figured out how to make the redirect work with HTTPS. That's all the things. Also, I realized that one of the things that we used to do in the end of is find someone to raid.
Yes.
And I don't. We are the second highest viewership. Actually, we're tied. It's a 5-way tie for highest viewership in the Pathfinder channel.
Three of those are the same.
Oh, they are.
They're the
Okay.
same. It's the people that
I see that.
they each
Yeah, there's the
stream.
+2. Well, then we're gonna raid the other one that isn't those three.
Tabletop roles.
Yes, we're gonna go ahead and raid tabletop roles. I need to pause that, copy their names so I can /raid, /raid, paste, go. All right. And I forgot we have to wait 10 seconds for the raid to go through, so that's neat. But when that finishes, I'm gonna hit stream ending, and then we're gonna wave, and then I'm gonna hit raid, and then I'm gonna end the stream. I'm smart. Okay, bye!
Goodbye now.